Raju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. Welcome, sir. I will request Shri Jeet Adani, Vice President, Group Finance, Adani Group, to please take his seat. He is here. Welcome. A very good morning, everybody. Good morning. It gives me, Manasi, immense delight in extending a hearty welcome to all of you, especially the Honorable Ministers, esteemed dignitaries seated on the dais, along with all you invitees for the investors' meet for launch of closed, discontinued mines of Coal India Limited on revenue sharing model and coal gasification way forward, organized by Ministry of Coal, Government of India, with Coal India Limited and FICCI as program partners. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is divided in two sessions. The first one, comprising stakeholders' consultation, will involve launch of closed discontinued mines of CIL on revenue sharing model with the private sector. There are many mines which were discontinued, closed in the past by CIL due to several reasons, and these could be reopened and productively brought into operation with the partnership of private sector. Collaboration with the private sector on revenue sharing model to produce coal from discontinued closed mines will enhance productivity, efficiency, and will be able to produce additional coal required for the demand across sectors. The second session will discuss issues related to scaling up of coal gasification with focus on need for a suitable business model for coal gasification to promote private investments, development of indigenous gasification technology on commercial scale, and suitable policy provision for marketing of indigenous product derived from coal gasification. Ladies and gentlemen, with those words and in keeping with the Indian tradition, the inauguration will be done by lighting the auspicious ceremonial lamp. And to do the honors, I invite our chief guest, Shri Prahlad Joshi, Honorable Minister of Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of India. Our guest of honor, Shri Rao Saheb Patil Danve, Honorable Minister of State for Rail, Coals and Mines, Government of India, along with Dr. A.K. Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. I also request Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman, Coal India Limited, Shri M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India, and Shri Jeet Adani, Vice President, Group Finance, Adani Group, to please join in. Sir, please. Deepena lokana jayati, deepas tejo mayaha smritaha, chaturvarga pradodipan, tasmat deep yajet priye. This couplet in Sanskrit translates, the lamp is luminous, its radiance grants victory, its light imparts dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, that is, righteousness, prosperity, pleasure, and emancipation. This is the significance of lighting a lamp, and hence, a lamp should be lit. Lamp, as we know, is also a symbol of knowledge. So one group picture, please. Thank you. You may please take your seats. We will now welcome the honorable guests and esteemed dignitaries with bouquets of flowers. I request Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman, Coal India Limited, to please offer a bouquet of flowers to our chief guest, Shri Prahlad Joshi, Honorable Minister of Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of India. Please welcome our guest of honor, Shri Rao Saheb Patil Danve, Honorable Minister of State for Rail, Coal and Mines, Government of India, and Dr. A.K. Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. I will now request Mr. B. Veera Reddy, Director Technical, Coal India Limited, to please welcome Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman, Coal India Limited, with a bouquet of flowers. Sir, yeah. Shri M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. And Shri Jeet Adani, Vice President, Group Finance, Adani Group. Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start the first session on the launch of closed, discontinued mines of CIL on revenue sharing model. We have with us Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman, Coal India Limited, and Indian Administrative Service Officer of Madhya Pradesh Cadre 1991 batch. He is the Chairman of CIL, the world's largest coal-producing company. Prior to this, he was Principal Secretary, Department of Technical Education, Skill Development and Employment, and Department of Labour, Government of Madhya Pradesh. He has 28 years of administrative acumen in various fields of public administration. He was also the Managing Director of Madhya Pradesh Finance Corporation. He previously served as Chairman cum Managing Director of Madhya Pradesh Paschim Kshetra Vidyut Vitran Company and also CEO of Madhya Pradesh Rural Development Authority. He holds a B.Tech in Civil Engineering from IIT Mumbai and a M.Tech in Design Engineering from IIT Delhi. I will request Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman, Coal India Limited, for the welcome address. Sir.
माननीय मंत्री जी, कोयला खान एवं पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स, माननीय राज्य मंत्री जी, कोयला खान एवं रेल, आदरणीय सेक्रेटरी कोयला डॉक्टर अनिल जैन, मेरे साथी नागराजू, अजीत अडानी जी एवं उपस्थित मित्रों, मैं आप सबका इस कार्यक्रम में तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं। मैं विशेष रूप से स्वागत करता हूं माननीय मंत्री जी का, माननीय राज्य मंत्री जी का, जिन्होंने इस समय इस कार्यक्रम के लिए समय निकाला और इस कार्यक्रम को महत्ता प्रदान की। उनकी उपस्थिति इस बात को प्रमाणित करती है कि शासन और कोल इंडिया इस कार्यक्रम को और इस स्कीम को कितना ज़्यादा महत्व देता है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में लगभग 200 कोल माइंस धीरे धीरे उत्पादन से बाहर हो गई। ऐसा नहीं था कि सभी माइंस में कोयला समाप्त हो गया था। कई ऐसी माइंस हैं जो कि कोल इंडिया के मापदंड से अनइकोनॉमिकल हो गई, या कई ऐसी माइन हुई जिनको कि उस समय जो उपलब्ध टेक्नोलॉजी थी उसमें उत्पादन करना संभव नहीं था। इन सब को देखते हुए और यह ध्यान में रखते हुए कि अब देश के हर इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी में निजी क्षेत्र को अधिक मान्यता देनी चाहिए और निजी पूंजी आमंत्रित कर शायद देश में एफिशिएंसी और बढ़ाई जा सकती है, इसको देखते हुए कोल इंडिया ने इस स्कीम को लॉन्च किया है। कोल इंडिया ने पिछले 2-3 सालों में यह प्रयास किया है कि अपने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स में निजी भागीदारी को किस प्रकार से बढ़ाया जाए, और इसमें सबसे पहला प्रयास ये किया गया कि जो 2 साल के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स होते थे, इनकी अवधि बढ़ाकर 6 साल 7 साल तक किया गया। तत्पश्चात यह प्रयास किया गया कि एमडीओ मोड में 20-25 साल के लिए माइंस दी जाए, और इसमें लगभग 5 माइंस दी जा चुकी हैं और ये माइंस बड़ी हैं। इनसे आने वाले वर्षों में लगभग 100 मिलियन टन कोयला का उत्पादन होगा। इसके पश्चात जो बंद माइंस थी, इनसे किस प्रकार से राष्ट्र को लाभ पहुंचाया जाए, इसके लिए प्रयास किया गया और इसके लिए एमडीओ मोड में इसको लॉन्च किया गया। लेकिन इसमें जो फाइनेंशियल मॉडलिंग बन रही थी, जिसमें कि हम ये कह रहे थे कि आप हमसे उत्पादन का पैसा ले लो और कोयला हमें वापस दे दो, उसमें उतना अट्रैक्शन नहीं आ पाया, उसमें उतना अट्रैक्शन नहीं था। इसलिए एक नया मॉडल सोचा गया जिसमें ये कहा गया कि आप हमें कितना रेवेन्यू दोगे ये बता दो, बाकी कोयला आप हमारे बिहाफ में बेच लेना और मार्केट के जो रेट्स होंगे ऊपर नीचे उसका लाभ आप उससे ले सकते हैं। और इसमें काफ़ी लोगों ने काफ़ी उत्साह दिखाया। इसके लिए हम लोगों ने पूरा डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार किया और इस डॉक्यूमेंट को 2-3 बार आप लोगों से चर्चा हो चुकी है। एक बार नागराजू ने स्वयं बैठक ली थी और आप लोगों से चर्चा की थी। तत्पश्चात CMPDI ने उसका डॉक्यूमेंट बनाया और उस पर 2 बार CMPDI से भी चर्चा हो चुकी है। ये डॉक्यूमेंट आज लॉन्च हो जाएगा, इस प्रकार से ये स्कीम आज लॉन्च हो जाएगी और कल लगभग 20 माइंस हम लोगों ने आइडेंटिफाई कर ली है जिनका कोई डोजियर तैयार है, वो कल लॉन्च कर दिया जाएगा। कल तक सभी वेबसाइट्स पर डाल दिया जाएगा जिसमें आप पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं। ये डोजियर चढ़ाने के पश्चात, वेब पर चढ़ाने के पश्चात भी आपके पास एक मौका रहेगा प्री बिड कॉन्फ्रेंस में यदि आपके कुछ विचार हैं, आपके कुछ सुझाव हैं, तो इनको इनकॉर्पोरेट करने के लिए कोल इंडिया हमेशा तत्पर रहेगा। और इस प्रकार से ये जो डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार होगा, ये एक वाइडर पार्टिसिपेशन के बाद, वाइडर कंसल्टेशन के पश्चात तैयार होगा और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है इसका लाभ कोल इंडिया को, निजी क्षेत्र को और राष्ट्र को, सबसे पहले राष्ट्र को मिलेगा। कोयला के बारे में जो 2 साल पहले, 3 साल पहले ऑबिचुअरी लिखी जाने लगी थी और लोगों ने कहा था कि कोयला का समय समाप्त हो गया है, आज के दिन ऐसा लगता है कि ये समाप्त नहीं हुआ है और इस समय कोयला की आवश्यकता देश को पुनः प्रतीत हो रही है और ऐसा लग रहा है कि इसका उत्पादन बढ़ाने के लिए जो भी प्रयास किया जा सकता उसे हमें करना चाहिए और इसी दिशा में यह प्रयास है। अगर इसमें 30-40 माइंस जो धीरे धीरे आएंगी और इनकी उत्पादकता हम लोग वृद्धि कर सके तो निश्चय ही हम लोगों को 20-25 मिलियन टन कोयला इनसे प्राप्त होने की पूरी संभावना है। और यह कोयला काफ़ी हाई ग्रेड का होगा और हाई ग्रेड का कोयला होने के कारण इसका महत्व और इसकी उपयोगिता आने वाले काफ़ी वर्षों तक रहेगी। अच्छा, अतः आप लोग इस कार्यक्रम में आए, इसके लिए पुनः मैं आप लोगों को धन्यवाद देता हूं और इस कार्यक्रम में आपका स्वागत करता हूं। मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है इस स्कीम में पूरी भागीदारी देखने को मिलेगी। धन्यवाद।
अग्रवाल जी, स्वागत संबोधन के लिए बहुत शुक्रिया। Thank you, Mr. Agrawal, for the initial remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to have with us Dr. A.K. Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India, an Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 1986 batch. He has more than 36 years of administrative experience at policy formulation level in various ministries and departments in the state and central government. He has served the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas as Director as well as Joint Secretary. He was also involved in policy formulation and implementation for the upstream and downstream development of the gas sector in India. He holds a BA with honors in economics and an MBA and an Indian Institute of Foreign Trade diploma as well. He has authored several papers and articles on the energy sector as well as a book on India's natural gas policy framework. I will request Dr. A.K. Jain to set the tone of this session.
Respected Minister Shri Joshi, respected MOS Shri Patil, CMD Coal India, Shri Nagaraju, Shri Adani, and friends, good morning to you all. We are really encouraged to see such a large participation for this event. Unfortunately, we have always believed that coal is a much maligned sector. Earlier, we were hailed as bad boys because we are promoting fossil fuel. And now we are in the news that we're not supplying enough of it. So against this background, this is a courageous move taken by the Ministry and Coal India to offer very quickly large supplies of coal to the country, as you just heard from the CMD Coal India, that the potential to produce from these mines is nothing short about 100 million tons. And let me tell you, this coal, mostly these mines are of the underground variety, and the coal quality is of high GCV. This is something which India imports from South Africa largely at a very high price. Just to give you an overview of the sector, our consumption is about 1 billion tons of coal, within which around 200 million tons of coal is imported. Nearly 1/4 of it, about 60 million tons, is of coking coal, which is used in the steel sector. We are trying to develop those mines as well, but we don't have enough of it. Leaving that apart, about 130 million tons of thermal coal, of high GCV and low GCV has been imported. In the last 2 years, due to little suppressed demand and also because of a ramp up in the domestic production, the imports of thermal coal used in power sector between financial year 21, financial 20 and 22, the import of thermal coal for power has been brought down by about 60%. So in fact, we are very proudly proceeding with the knowledge that this year, by the year end, we will have enough thermal coal for the power sector. I don't want to get into the present scenario because there are multiple reasons, but we are very happy that economy is on a rebound and power is being demanded. The malls are full, restaurants are full, people are not getting flight tickets. So this is a happy sign, and whatever little imbalance that has come in the power and demand and supply scenario, I think especially in southern India, yesterday the minister reviewed the scenario in 7 states of the entire South India, including Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. And with the wind having set in, things are for the better. And I think in another 15 days or so, when full potential of the wind is realized in South India, the power crisis will be a thing of the past, at least for this time. The present event, as Pramod just shared some glimpses of it, that over the years, Coal India subsidiaries had to close down some of their mines, largely because there was a, if I may say so, there was a control on their pricing. They were bound to sell a large proportion of their production to the power sector at controlled prices. And when the mines became more expensive, as you know, that as you go deeper, they keep becoming more expensive to produce, they became uneconomical. So let us say if a mine was costing 2,000 rupees a ton to produce that high GCV coal, Coal India shut them down. And the same coal today is priced at maybe 8,000 rupees, 7,000 rupees. So this is something which set us thinking, and we came up with this policy which we are launching today, giving you pricing freedom and marketing freedom. This is a very bold move on the part of Coal India. So far, whatever contractors they engaged, either as MDOs and on outsourcing basis, they were all service contracts, and the coal had to be returned to Coal India. So this is a major change, and I am very hopeful that Coal India, perhaps I think this round they're launching around 20 mines. In the coming 1 or 2 years, that number could go up beyond 100. So this is the second phase of our reform. In the first phase, as you know, in 2020, we amended the law, we amended the auction regime, and came up with commercial mining. Commercial mining was different from the previous auction rounds because it gave people the freedom to take it to their captive plants or to market it or to export it. Along with that, we also liberalized the earlier regime in which the captive block holders were given the freedom to sell up to 50% of their production should they be able to meet their own demand first. So these two have had a great effect on the coal scenario in the country. And I might inform you that the captive coal blocks, which were given since 2015 until 2020 when the commercial round came, they produced 63 million tons in FY 23-21. And last year they produced 90 million tons. This year they are likely to produce 130. And next year they are going to bring almost 300 million tons into the country. So from 735 million tons or so, which the country produced in FY 20, I'm sure that this year we are looking at 900, and next year it may even go to 1 billion. So what we are hopeful is that the story of coal, which sometimes in excitement is written off, and as Pramod said, sometimes the obituary is written. For India, we all believe that it's a growing economy. Renewables are growing. We are all supporting renewable. Coal India has a big program to support renewable, and so does Navely Lignite, the other company in this ministry. But until that tipping point comes, there will be a great need for electricity. There will be a great need for aluminium, has great prospect in India. We have huge bauxite mines, and we have steel potential. You are hearing every day lots of industrial houses getting into steel. So the story of coal is very much alive, and I exhort upon you, investors who are keen, that for these closed mines, of course, there's going to be a very liberalized regime, because these are mines which have been operated upon. Their forest clearances have already been taken, so there is no forest FC clearance to be taken. All of them had environment clearance, and they may need to be reviewed, renewed. The Ministry of Environment and Forest understands that they need to cut out the red tape, and every day they are helping us in liberalizing the regime. So ECFC is not an issue. Land is already in possession of Coal India, mine opening permission, etc., we will fast forward. So this is, and these mines have been transporting that coal, so railway sidings and other transportation infrastructure, buyers were close by. So I think this is a golden opportunity, and the future of coal mining in India lies in underground mining. This round, as you will notice, most of the mines are of the underground variety, so they will harm the environment to the minimum. In the years to come, when there is a heightened environment activism, we will have to go more underground to produce coal than open cast. So this will call for some experience, some safety, but we believe that you will, even if you are not from this sector, you can engage, expert agencies, MDOs to operate these mines. So for entry into these mines, into this round, we have kept minimum, entry barriers, financial barriers, competency barriers, experience barriers are either not there or very negligent. So I call upon all of you to take a look at this seriously. You live in Maharashtra, many of you. Nagpur, WCL region, many of these mines are coming from there. And this is the area which can pay high prices for coal, especially high-priced, high-quality coal. So I look forward to a good response from the investor community, and we are open to any other recommendations and suggestions you may have during the course of this round that goes on until we close the bids. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jain, for the opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, technological advancements are offering greater coal recovery, flexibility in mining operations, increased productivity, greater safety, and lowering of costs. For mining companies to remain competitive, industry will require further innovative designs and technologies that improve the capability, efficiency, and reliability of mining systems. Indian coal mining companies, for instance, Coal India Limited, has a target of achieving 1 billion tons by 2024-25. Ministry of Coal has prepared technology roadmap to coal sector that needs to be taken as a benchmark document for coal companies to adopt new technologies and build digital infrastructure to support current and future ramp-up for mines. We will now launch the report on Technology Roadmap for Coal Sector. I request the Honorable Ministers and esteemed dignitaries seated on the dais to please do us the honors. Get it? This, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, is the report on Technology Roadmap for Coal Sector. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to have with us Shri Manoj Kumar, Chairman Managing Director, CMPDIL. He graduated in mining engineering from IIT BHU Varanasi and also obtained first-class mine manager's certificate of competency. Started his career in the coal industry from Korba area of Southeastern Coalfields Limited, the SECL, and has vast experience in field-level working of both UG and OC mines. He has also administrative experience of 9 years as Regional Director of 3 regional institutes of CMPDIL. He was also the HOD of CBM CMM Clearinghouse of CMPDIL. Awarded the Best General Manager of Coal India level year 2019, visited Poland, Australia and Kazakhstan in official capacity and has exposure of global mining practices. Time now for showcasing opportunities in the offered mines by Shri Manoj Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director, CMPDIL. Sir.
ये कहाँ से दिखेगा? वहाँ देखना। Very good morning to you all. After setting the tone for the session by Chairman sir and Secretary sir, here are some glimpses for the discontinued mines in the phase 1 to be offered or going to be offered. These are the glimpses for the discontinued mines going to be offered in phase 1. Subsidy-wise distribution, basically in first phase we are going to offer 20 mines in different subsidiaries, ECL 4, BCCL 5, CCL 2, WCL 5, SECL 4, total 20. Incidentally, all the mines are of coking coal grade or good non-coking coal grade. And investor or prospective bidder can plan different sizes of mine. Basic parameter, the main parameter is the resources and capacity or extracted reserves in which all may be interested. So we have basic informations. We have taken the geological resource of the offered area as per geological report. Extracted reserves tentatively estimated, assuming or studying possible extraction areas and geological complexities, etc. These minimum estimated extractable reserves are on conservative side, may change as per the technology adopted. Now mine-wise or company-wise, ECL first identified mine is Moira. Area is 4.55 square kilometer. Geological resource 91 million ton. Minimum extractable reserve 13.92 and grade of coal is from G1 to G8. This mine has been discontinued from 2017. As per the latest EC, it was in under the Bankola area cluster EC capacity, which has the 7.7 MTY EC capacity. And the last realized grade at the time of discontinuance was G4. Next from ECL is Chinakuri, area 17.62. Basically, a specific GR is not available for that particular area which is going to be offered. This area constitute multiple GRs or parts of multiple GRs. All GRs will be uploaded with the tender document. Minimum extractable as per our estimation is around 20 million tons with the semi-coking coal grade 2 and G4. 2014 is the discontinuance year. The latest capacity as per Chinakuri in this area 17.2, 2 mines were
under operation, Chinakuri 1 and 3, with a combined EC capacity of 0.28, and the grade was semi-cooking coal 2. Madhujor, area 5.47, geological reserves 225, minimum quite high minimum extractable reserves 40.9. Up to seam 6, there are more seams from seam 1 to seam 5 below seam 6, but we have calculated till now only up to seam 6 only. Grade of coal is G1 to G8 up to G10 up to R6. 2005 में discontinue हुआ था, and it is also under the cluster capacity of 7.70 MTY of Kajora area cluster. Grade was G3. Gopinath Shampur, area 6.48, geological resource 379 million ton, minimum expectable 13.64, average grade Vashri 4 to Vashri 6, and some seams of non-cooking coal grade also with G12 grade. 2007 is the discontinuance year, capacity 0.2 MTY as per the latest EC, and grade was realized last Vashri grade to Vashri 4. Now coming to BCCL, first is Madhuban, area 3.93 square kilometer, geological reserves 137 million ton, minimum extractable around 53 million ton, average grade steel 2 to Vashri 4. Year of discontinuance 2010, capacity 0.147 million ton, grade steel grade 2. Amlabad, 3.86 square kilometer with geological reserves 164, minimum extractable around 16.5 million ton with steel grade 2 to Vashri 5 grade. It was discontinued in 2008 with a capacity of 2.29 MTY. Actually, Amlabad is zero means capacity has been revised after 2008 discontinuance. That's why in the cluster this capacity is being shown as 0. The realized grade at the time of discontinuance was Vashri 2. Loyabad, area 4.89 square kilometer, geological reserve around 243 million ton, minimum extractable quite high 78 million ton, average grade Vashri 1 to Vashri 4 with some non-cooking coal grade seams G5 to G7. Year of discontinuance 2009, capacity of latest EC 6.3 million ton in the cluster, but this is the EC after 2009 when Loyabad was discontinued. Grade at the time of discontinuation was Vashri grade 3. Kharkhari, another area 5.84, geological reserves 415 million ton, minimum extractable 46 million ton. Again Vashri 1, same in the same area, Vashri 1 to Vashri 5 and non-cooking G5 to G10. It was discontinued in 2014 with a EC capacity of 0.12 MTY. Grade at the time of discontinuation was grade 4. And CCL, a small area, 1.39 square kilometer with geological resource of 57.6 million ton, with a, but extractable reserves are quite considerable, 14 million ton with the average grade of G7. It was discontinued in 2012. It was a very old mine. No EC is available, but mine was running at CTO and at the production level of 93-94 with a 0.05 million ton. Grade at the time of discontinuation was G7. Khaskaranpura, again a small area, 2.5 square kilometer with 76.63 million ton, minimum extractable 4.23 with average grade of G7. Again, this is the same story, at the level of 93-94 production. It was producing at the time of discontinuance and 99 at 0.025 MTY, and grade was G7. WCL, Rajpur pits, area 7.42 square kilometer, net geological reserve 91 million ton, extractable reserves 18.13, average grade G7 to G11. And the 2004 it was discontinued with EC capacity of 0.21 MTY at a grade of G7 grade. Virpur, area 2.262 square kilometer, net geological reserves 37.5 million ton, extractable reserves is estimated as 3.1 million ton with a grade of G5 to G11. In 99 it was discontinued with a EC capacity of 0.32 and average grade G7. AB incline area 1.93 square kilometer. It is a specific GR not available means it is in a larger block in a part of a specific GR of Silevara block. So for this area reserve has not been estimated, geological reserves, but as per the mine plan or our study, minimum extractable reserves in that area is 6.55 million ton, average grade of coal G5 to G11. It was discontinued in 2018. EC was combined with Vani and Silevara area with 0.8 MTY with a G8 to G9 grade of coal. Pipla 1.9 square kilometer, same case, it is in a part of a full GR. 3.75, one is the extractable reserves with average grades at G7 to G12. It was discontinued in 2016 with 0.25 EC capacity and G5 to G7 average grade. Valni 2.73 square kilometer, again it is a part of Silevara block with 8.99 million ton estimated extractable reserves, grade C to E. Year of it was discontinued in 2000 and it with a EC capacity of 0.8 MTY including Silevara and AB incline. Grade was G8 to G9. Coming to SECL, Bartunga Hill in Chirmiri area with 4.75 square kilometer with geological reserves of around 30 million ton, minimum extractable reserves around 20 million tons, average grade of coal AB long flame or some seams in G8. It was discontinued in 2010. Its capacity including Anjan Hill was 1.4 MTY with G8 grade. Anjan Hill 2.11 square kilometer with 16.07 million ton of geological resource, now extractable remaining around 6.43 million ton with grade B long flame and G4, G5 in different seams. 2010 was the discontinued year, same 1.4 million ton including Bartunga Hill was the latest EC capacity with a grade of, at the time of discontinuance, G4 to G5. Kalyani mine is 3.76 square kilometer. It is a part of full GR. This area is, and minimum extractable reserve is around 2 million ton, average grade of coal G5 to G7. It was discontinued in 2016 with a EC capacity of 0.87 and G4 grade coal. Bir Singhpur, area 2.77 square kilometer with geological resources of 22 million ton and minimum extractable is estimated around 3.5 million ton with average grade of G6. It was discontinued in 2016. It was running on CTO with 2.2 MTY capacity. Grade of the time was G6. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now play a film on closed discontinued mines of CIL on revenue sharing model. Kindly take a look at the screen.
Coal India Limited, the world's largest coal producer, invites Indian private enterprises to explore boundless possibilities presented by the coal mining industry. As a first step, the Ministry of Coal under Government of India has decided to lease out 20 of its discontinued coal mines to the private sector companies on the mine developer operator model. There are over 100 such discontinued mines with the government, which will also be leased out in a phased manner. The decision to lease out these mines is driven by a host of factors, including exponential growth in consumption of the country's power needs. This upward trajectory will continue in the mid to long term as India records sustained and impressive economic growth. More importantly, as several of these mines also have coking coal primarily used by the steel industry, combined with the locally produced coal, will go a long way in augmenting the country's overall production, thereby bringing down the dependence on imports. As urban centers expand and new settlements emerge across the Indian landscape, the demand for power is bound to grow. To overcome these challenges and to meet the aspirations across multiple sectors of a growing economy, it is imperative that the country's energy needs keep pace with these developments. As part of its strategy, the Government of India has taken major steps to unlock the immense potential of the coal mining industry by inviting private sector participation with the objective of quickly ramping up production. The coal operators will be given the freedom to sell coal at prevailing market rates and to all sets of consumers, including the SME sector. Investment in these discontinued mines is an attractive long-term proposition. There are sufficient coal deposits in these mines, which can be extracted quickly and using the latest technology available. Owing to increased efficiency and availability of already developed infrastructure for accessing the underground deposits at the mines in question, like the availability of power source, environmental and other statutory clearances, etc., the mines can be run economically and profitably. Activation of the 20 discontinued mines will help generate much needed employment in the vicinity. An example of public-private partnership, the Jhajra Project Colliery, a largest underground mechanized mine, is a successful example of public-private partnership. It is the largest underground coal-producing mine of India, with 3.63 million ton in financial year 2021-22. Existing technology and modern machinery at Jhajra. Continuous miner of Joy Mining, continuous miner of Cat Bucyrus, highly productive 1.7 million ton per year, long wall equipment, 2 low height continuous miners of Caterpillar. Basic details of the 20 discontinued mines which are being put up for lease are enumerated in the following tables for ready reference. Discontinued mines of 5 subsidiaries of Coal India to be leased: Eastern Coalfields Limited, ECL, Moira, Chinakuri, Madhujo, Gopinath Shampur, Central Coalfields Limited, CCL, Central Sonda, Karanpur Khas, Bharat Coking Coal Limited, BCCL, Lohapatti, Madhuban, Amlabad, Loabad, Kharkhari, Southeastern Coalfields Limited, Batunga Hill, Anjan Hill, Kalyani, Birsinghpur Pali, Western Coalfields Limited, WCL, Rajur Pits, Wairuri, AB Incline, Pipla, Walni. Even as demand for energy continues to grow at a phenomenal pace, coal is and will remain the primary source material for the power generating companies as well as the manufacturing industry for at least the next 50 years. Moreover, the latest technology advancements along with robust systems and processes will not only speed up the production but also ensure safety while maintaining social, environmental and operational sustainability of these mines and surrounding mines. Importantly, this privatization move will decrease import dependence of this precious resource, whereby making a call for an Atmanirbhar Bharat a reality.
So those, ladies and gentlemen, were some major highlights in a nutshell. And now a few words about Shri M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. An IAS officer belonging to the Tripura cadre in the state government, he served at various positions at the center. Previously, he served in the Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs, and as advisor to the executive director at the World Bank in Washington, D.C. till the year 2012. He was a visiting fellow at the University of Pennsylvania, USA, and also a visiting research scholar in Stonehill College, year 1819. He is currently serving in the Ministry of Coal since 30th January 2020. Shri M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India, will put forth the revenue sharing model. Sir.
Good morning, dear friends. Honorable Ministers, Shri Prahalad Joshi ji, Shri Rao Sahib Patil Danve ji, and Secretary Coal, Dr. Anil Kumar Jain, my colleague Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman Coal India, Mr. Jeet Adani, Mr. Thomas Cherian, MD SL Mining Industries, Mr. Vinay Prakash, Director Adani Enterprises, and Mr. V. Srikanth, CEO Vedanta Limited, and other industry leaders, the media, CIL and NLCIL senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, and very good morning to all of you. I think today is one of the important idea that the ministry has been toying for some time during this year has become a reality with the great support of the chairman, Coal India, and also the director, technical, and CMPDI. In fact, never before we have the coal ministry or coal CIL were able to take this momentous decision to partner the private sector to bring efficiencies and also to ensure the discontinued abandoned mines are put to good and national use. Especially during these times, this is a good initiative for us and also for the country. I am not making a presentation on the terms and conditions of this, but I thought I'll speak so that there will be more attention. Now, coming to the modality, now we have mentioned these discontinued and abandoned mines are various times. It is mentioned in the presentation. Mostly they were discontinued because they are financially unviable for CIL, but may not be for the private sector and for others over a period of time. All of them are, so we will be, the modality is that these mines will be handed over to the winning bidder as is various basis, including infrastructure built without any additional cost to the bidder. The mine operator will reopen, develop, operate, and produce the coal and sell it for a minimum period of 25 years or till the end of the mine life. You can actually extract entire reserves that are available, even though we mentioned extractable reserves a little less, because now the technology has changed, and I think it could be more also. So it can be for the life of the mine completely. And he is free to adopt any kind of mining method. It could be as per and deploy any kind of technology and machinery to operate the mine. There are no restrictions on the bidder on this aspect. He also will have freedom to sell the produced coal at market-driven price through transparent mechanism on behalf of the CIL. He can't sell it to his own related parties, so it has to be transparently based on behalf of the CIL, and this realized revenue will be in escrow account. The escrow account will be jointly operated. The revenue share will be given to the CIL, and the rest will be kept by him. The revenue share, whatever is the winning bid, The winning bid will be shared to the CIL. Rest, the mine operator will keep it. And mine operator will be declared as owner of the mine for the purpose of Mines Act 1952. However, CIL and its subsidiary companies will continue and shall remain as owner for all other practical purposes. So the bidding process we have envisaged is two bid process. One is the bidders shall quote proposed production schedule and also percentage revenue to be shared with the authority. Minimum we have kept it 4%. Like the coal mines we are auctioning in the commercial mining, that is also we have kept it 4%. Here also we have kept it 4%. The successful bidder has to have a SPV or promote an SPV to bid for this, so that the accounts, the process, everything is clearer. Coming to the responsibility of the mine operator, he has to undertake, if required, further exploration, and also can prepare further preparation of GR if required. No restrictions, but we have a GR already prepared, exploration data also. Preparation and approval of mining plan and DPR and RR plan. Procurement of all applicable permits and clearances, including EC and FC. Many of these have ECs when discontinued. Maybe it is required to be revived. Acquisition and physical possession of land, that has to be done. Undertaking all R&R activities as per approved R&R plan. And financing, reopen and reconstruction development of the mine. It means, another point is, you will not be the mine operator will not have liability for the past liabilities also. Okay, that has been made very clear in the bidding document. This was one of the industry demand when we had a consultation, that you should not be saddled with the past liabilities or any other thing. So it has to be operated and maintained with the proper safety conditions as per the Mines Act. And he is responsible for appointment of agent, manager, and other statutory manpower required as per the Mines Act. Employment of suitably qualified and skilled persons for the project, and payment of HPC wages, and performance of all other activities as per the mine closure and the Mines Act. Any other good industry practice for coal mining that has to be practiced. Now, the responsibility of CIL is submit the application for approval of mining plan, notification for land acquisition, TOR, EC, FC, as prepared by the mine operator. Land already acquired earlier, that will be made available to the mine operator at free of cost, at no additional cost. Appointment of engineering chief and essential manpower required for oversight responsibilities, and sales billing and related statutory compliances. Now, this is the first stage. The ministry and the CIL has decided to offer this 20 mines. We have many more, as stated by the chairman and the Secretary Coal. We have many more mines. The Coal India is doing the due diligence to identify the mines which can be offered. There are many mines which they don't have extractable reserves at all. So the mines which can be offered, we are doing due diligence, and in course of time, we'll be coming out with, after completion of this round, and seeing the response of the industry, we may come out with in future also. So these are the broad terms and conditions of the bidding process that we have proposed. With these, I suppose, when we launch formally, all these conditions are available online, and industry also will be consulted pre-bid meeting. If there are any changes required, I think CIL will certainly will look into it, and if required, there will be changes also. With these words, I thank you again for coming here and hearing us, and I wish you all the best for the industry to participate and to partner Government of India to bring back this discontinued mines into production, at least during this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. This engagement will certainly deepen the private investment in coal industry. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick intro of Shri Jeet Adani, Vice President, Group Finance, Adani Group. He joined the Adani Group in 2019 after attending the University of Pennsylvania School of Engineering and Applied Sciences, started his career in the Group CFO's office, looking at strategic finance, capital markets, and risk and governance policy. This role involves working with all the listed verticals of the Adani Group. He also spearheads the Adani Airports business as well as the Adani Digital Labs, which is all set to build a super app to cater to all the consumers of Adani Group businesses. So.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Minister Sir, Minister of State Sir, respected CMD, Coal India, respective AK Jain Sir and Nagaraju Sir. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and interact with you in the entire session. We at Adani, sir, we truly believe that this initiative on launching the closed and discontinued mines of CIL is a very, very welcome initiative by the industry. The way this will allow from both creating synergies between CIL and the private sector, increasing the production of coal and availability of coal in the country is going to be a landmark first phase, and we look forward to further phases and further progress in this model. Sir, we at Adani, we are truly echoing your words in terms of how the energy sector now, while the renewable power is growing and there's a lot of focus now on ESG, we believe that coal still has to be, for the medium term, coal will still continue to be the base load, the backbone of the economy. In this regard, we are excited to partner with Coal India in this initiative. So we at Adani are also at a very responsible and technology-focused miner. The promise we can make, in this initiative when we partner with you is that we will have full focus in terms of sustainability, full focus in terms of maintaining the environment and the safety of the mines, and like you said, sir, in creating this opportunity or opening up the closed mines, the amount of employment that will be created and the amount of social good that will do for the local economy is going to be a big success. With that being said, sir, we are very excited to partner with Coal India, and we welcome this move by the government. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some eminent industry captains with us this morning. Let us hear from them, beginning with Sri Thomas Sherian, Managing Director, SL Mining and Industries Limited. He is a mining engineer with management education and an internationally experienced business leader with expertise in mining value chain, supply chain systems, and project management. With competencies in strategic planning, new business development, M&A, stakeholder and community engagement over 3 decades. Prior to joining the Aditya Birla Group earlier, he was MD of Tata Steel Mining Limited, the TSML. He started his professional career with Tata Steel covering operations, projects, strategies. I will invite Sri Thomas Cherian, Managing Director, SL Mining and Industries Limited. Sir.
I can tell. Good morning, everyone. Honorable ministers, dignitaries on the dais, industry leaders, delegates attending this investor meet, and members of the media. Thank you for this opportunity. It's really a privilege for us to be here in this very special day when a very new initiative is being taken by the Ministry of Coal and Coal India Limited. SL Mining is very proud to be a partner of Coal India already. We contribute to about 7% of Coal India's production as an MDO partner. But I think it's a very welcome start, which we are doing today. Next one, please. Yeah, so I think I don't intend to make a presentation, but I just put a few thoughts so that everybody can see. The details have been shared with us, and I think it's a very good initiative which will open up new opportunities for the private sector, and also I would call it a win-win-win opportunity which will give the country the coal it needs desperately in this current moment and going forward. Coal India, the additional production, and the partner who is coming in, also an opportunity to bring in new technology and also develop these areas around the mine as a responsible citizen. Looking at the major benefits, I think it definitely improves efficiencies, bring in productivity and new technology options which we can bring in easily. Beyond a mine development operations model, it also allows the revenue share, which is a welcome move, because most of the time when the market goes up and down, the mine operator is just a producing agency getting the mine operating fees. Here we are more than that, working as a partner with Coal India and the subsidiaries for developing and deploying, and finally having the commercial rights for selling the coal. I would also think that pre-existing liabilities have been removed from the new partner. That is a very welcome move, which will make it clear for us to start a new chapter, and it will help us to develop this mine in a systematic and scientific manner. And I would also expect that the final mine closures could be done, because these mines were discontinued at different reasons and different conditions, could possibly not have been closed properly, which could now be closed after extracting the maximum possible resources available in the mine. Just to bring a point on the risks associated, as these mines, as we have seen in the presentation, most of the mines have been closed for many, many years, and underground mines, as we all know, have several unknowns and complexities associated with it. So I would say CMPDL and Coal India subsidiaries could help us with all the available information, which will help us to assess it to the best of our abilities. And then I would also expect deployment of some of the new technologies for even doing a due diligence. If a mine is closed for 10 years, a lot of things would have changed there. It's not the same situation. So we need to use maybe underwater drones and different other methods to understand what kind of strata conditions exist, what kind of gassiness and other risks associated, so that we can plan for it in a proactive manner. And finally, I would also say that the partner who has the capability should come in. It should be more of a competency-driven process rather than a competitive process. Finally, one other thing I would request to consider is, while we have seen the EC and FC capacities at the time of closure of the mine, the current situation may demand a different EC levels, and I'm sure, as Mr. Nagaraju mentioned, it will be facilitated, as we are already seeing a great amount of support in the commercial coal mines which we operate, which we are developing, that the EC may have to be tweaked accordingly so that we get the right production levels, and it doesn't become a burden on us if there is a high EC levels before. And approvals, etc., I'm sure with the kind of support which the Minister personally is here, there would not be much of an issue. Possibly the revenue share model can be simplified so that there is something left for the operator even when the market conditions are not so favorable. I think this is what I have to say, and I really thank for the opportunity given to us to speak in this occasion, and all of us are eagerly waiting for participating and making this a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cherian. Shri Vinay Prakash, Director, Adani Enterprises and CEO, Natural Resources, has nurtured the natural resources business of the Adani Group since its inception and oversees its diversification and expansion in India and abroad. Under his leadership, natural resources business has won several awards for its commitment towards the environment, community engagement, sustainability, safety, and CSR. He holds a BTech Mechanical, a PG Diploma in Operations, Material Management, an MBA in Finance, and also pursuing a PhD from the Indian Institute of Technology, Indian School of Mines, the IIT ISM, on sustainable mining practices. Shri Vinay Prakash, Director, Adani Enterprises and Chief Executive Officer, Natural Resources.
Honorable Minister Parad Doshi ji, Honorable Minister Rao ji, Secretary Coal Sri A.K. Jain ji, Additional Secretary Sri Nagaraju ji, Chairman Coal India Pramod ji, all dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it has been 25th year of mine being in this coal trade, and as Secretary Sir rightly saying, that we have been always hearing about the bad things about coal, and it's not being there for more than a decade whenever we have started discussion on that. But what we have realized now is that coal is going to be there for decades to come. What we need is to have a responsible mining of coal and the use of coal. And that's why seeing this type of initiative when we are discussing about opening closed and discontinued mine, it shows that there's a commitment to see that we get the right value of even the asset which is there in the country and to use it in a proper manner, in a responsible manner. We are inviting the private sector to come. And what our moves are starting from MDO, where private sector was working as a contractor, getting into commercial mine, where private sector was working as the owner, and a real public and private relationship where Coal India and private sector is going to work together to start a mine, to get a value from the mine which is closed and coming out with the state-of-art technology to start this mine and also to create employment. In Adani Group, we have now 17 mines, 9 mines which are there in MDO and 8 in commercial mine. We have mined 27 million ton last year. We will be adding 50 million ton in the target of Secretary Coal in this financial year, and we are committed to take it to 100 million tons in next 2 years' time. Not only we are investing in mining, we are also making sure that we do a lot of community engagement there. We invest in infrastructure, we invest in railway, silo loading, to make sure that wherever we are investing money in mining, it comes with a responsible way of doing the activities. Since Jeet has already spoken, I'm not going to take more time, but just to give you a commitment of Adani Group, considering that we are a responsible corporate. As a corporate, we are there with you, sir, in terms of doing and investing in this initiative also. And you have heard Jeet, who is 24. So considering that coal is going to be there for 30 years and these investments are going to be there for a longer period, there's a commitment from our side for 30 years, with Jeet being there as a leader to continue this for decades to come. Thank you.
We have with us Shri V. Shrikant, Chief Executive Officer, Mines Vedanta Limited. He graduated from the National Institute of Technology, Roorkela, worked extensively in coal, limestone, iron ore, and bauxite mines for 33 years. Apart from operating mines, he led teams in several greenfield and brownfield mining and cement projects, did a short-term management program from the Wharton School of Business, Pennsylvania University, and is currently responsible for coal and bauxite mines of Vedanta Aluminium. Has worked extensively on DuPont methodology of safety management and business excellence framework, namely world-class manufacturing. Shri V. Shrikant, Chief Executive Officer, Mines Vedanta Limited.
Very good morning to all of you. Honorable Ministers, dignitaries on the dais, industry leaders, delegates, and media partners. Warm greetings to all of you. I would like to pass on my special thanks for this path-breaking initiative by, one more initiative by Ministry of Coal and Coal India. First, I wish to congratulate Coal India for achieving a record production surpassing all their previous bests. And this was possible only because of their concerted efforts and fine support from Ministry of Coal, which has been truly enabling and leading the ease of doing business. I am sure that is something other ministries and departments for them to emulate. And the previous tranches of coal auctions have been successful. I am sure this particular initiative of auctioning the closed and abandoned mines will also be a grand success. This is not only going to unlock the sterilized coal, but also is going to generate huge employment. The progressive initiative, this is going to lead the country in the way the mineral-rich countries like Brazil, Canada, Australia, South Africa, they have been creating wealth and generating employment. Much in the same way, this initiative will also lead to that. We have made significant progress in the recent years with the ever increasing energy demand. These initiatives are definitely going to help us. For example, we are consuming close to 40 million tons of coal in Vedanta each year, and we can feel the pinch of it in the last 1.5 to 2 years. And coal is going to remain the prime energy source, will continue to be for the next at least 15-20 years in the energy basket of our country. And increasing our domestic production is definitely going to bring down our import bill of close to $25 billion, and this will also enable us achieve 1 billion ton production target. So with this, we have been hearing the initiative, the way it is all going to take shape, and from the industry side and especially from Vedanta side, I am sure this initiative is going to be a grand success, and we'll all participate and ensure this also is a success. Without taking much time, I wish this initiative will become a success and you will all enjoy this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us as the guest of honor, Shri Raosaheb Patil Danve, Honorable Minister of State for Rail, Coal and Mines, Government of India. Danveji got re-elected to the 17th Lok Sabha for the consecutive 5th term in 2019. He has held leadership positions at all levels of politics in India beginning 1976. He is known as a leader with rural roots. He previously served as Union Minister of State, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution between May 2019, July 2021. He holds special interest in sectors like agriculture, cooperative, and rural development. I invite Shri Raosaheb Patil Danve, Honorable Minister of State for Rail, Coal and Mines, Government of India.
आज के कार्यक्रम के प्रमुख अतिथि हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी, कोयला मंत्रालय के सचिव डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार जैन जी, CIL के अध्यक्ष प्रमोद कुमार अग्रवाल जी, हमारे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी नागराजू जी, अडानी ग्रुप के जीत अडानी जी, कोल मंत्रालय के सभी अधिकारीगण, उपस्थित देवी और सज्जनों, आज CIL की बंद और डिसकंटिन्यू खदानों के शुभारंभ के कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सभी का मैं सबसे पहले स्वागत करता हूं और अपने देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार ने देश के कोयला क्षेत्र के विकास के लिए जो कई कदम उठाए हैं, जो कि कमर्शियल कोयला खदानों की नीलामी की सफलता के बाद सरकार ने CIL की बंद पड़ी खदानों को पुनरुद्धार करने की पहल की है, जिसका उद्देश्य देश में कोयले की लगातार बढ़ती मांग को पूरा करना है। समय के साथ निजी क्षेत्र के साथ रेवेन्यू भागीदारी के आधार पर ऐसी कई और खदानों की पेशकश पर विचार कर रही है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इन उपायों के इस क्षेत्र में भारी निवेश आकर्षित करने में मदद मिलेगी और इसके साथ ही प्राइवेट और सरकारी सहयोग के रोल मॉडल के रूप में भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा। कोयला बिजली उत्पादन तथा उद्योग के विस्तार में अहम भूमिका निभाता है तथा देश की ऊर्जा मिश्रण से सबसे बड़ा ईंधन भी है। मित्रों, ये गर्व की बात है कि भारत के पास दुनिया का 5वां सबसे बड़ा कोयला भंडार है, फिर भी हमें कोयला आयात करना पड़ता है। सरकार देश पर महंगे आयात का बोझ कम करने के लिए कोयले के आयात को कम से कम करने की योजना बना रही है। इसी कारण सरकार का लक्ष्य घरेलू कोयला उत्पादन को 23-24 तक 1.2 बिलियन मीट्रिक टन तक बढ़ाना है। इसमें CIL के साथ साथ सभी PSUs का योगदान भी जरूरी है। मुझे खुशी है कि हमारा मंत्रालय निजी क्षेत्र के सहयोग के बंद पड़ी इन खदानों को फिर से शुरू करने की योजना बना रहा है। ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर शाश्वत कदम है। ये पहल इस क्षेत्र में अत्याधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी के उपयोग को भी बढ़ावा देगी। मित्रों, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि मंत्रालय के प्रयासों को निजी क्षेत्र द्वारा उपयुक्त रूप से समर्थन दिया जाएगा, जिससे आर्थिक विकास को बढ़ावा देने के साथ ही देश की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने का लक्ष्य भी प्राप्त होगा। धन्यवाद।
आज के इस अहम अवसर पर आपने उपस्थित सभी को संबोधित करते हुए अपने अनमोल विचार सामने रखे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। Ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to have with us as the chief guest Shri Prahlad Joshi, Honorable Minister of Coal Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of India. He is also a member of the 17th Lok Sabha from the Dharwad Lok Sabha constituency. Earlier, he served as the Karnataka State President of the Bharatiya Janata Party. He was BJP's Dharwad District President, and presently he is the General Secretary in the Karnataka State Unit of the party. Owing to his massive public connect and distinct leadership skills, he got elected as a Member of Parliament in the Dharwad constituency in 2014, with a thumping majority re-elected in 2009, 2014, and again in 2019 for the 4th consecutive time. He pioneered the launch of commercial mining of coal and introduced progressive mineral reforms. I request you, sir, to initially launch the closed discontinued mines of CIL on revenue sharing model by pressing the button on the clicker. Moments to be treasured. And now I will invite the Honorable Minister to address this august gathering on this significant occasion.
Shri Rao Patil Sahib Danve, MOS Coal, Mines and Railways, Dr. Anil Kumar Jain, Secretary Coal, Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman Coal India, Shri Nagaraju ji, Shri Jeet Adani ji, और इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स जो अपने निमंत्रण से जो आए हुए हैं, मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, आपका स्वागत करता हूं। When we made a statement in 2019 end, I think, when AK joined ministry, then we together, we had a discussion. तो कमर्शियल कोल माइन लॉन्च करेंगे, ऐसे हमने चर्चा शुरू की। तो तब भी बहुत हर्डल था, तो बहुत कोशिश करने के बावजूद भी इससे पहले हुआ नहीं था। और इस बार भी दो तरह का चर्चा शुरू हो गया कि एक तो ये होगा नहीं, है ना अनिल जी, ये होगा नहीं, और जिसमें हमने गैसिफिकेशन के लिए 50%, अर्ली प्रोडक्शन के लिए सब करने के बाद तो बहुत लोग बोलते थे ये होगा नहीं। और दूसरे लोग, जब मैंने पहले इसका ट्वीट कर दिया, तो अगर आपको याद है तो अनिल जी हम चर्चा भी की थी, बहुत लोग बोलते थे कोल ही खत्म ही हो रहा है, कोल कोई यूज नहीं कर रहा है, तो ये सब क्यों कर रहे हैं, कौन आएगा इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए, ये चर्चा भी शुरू हो गए थे। जैसे प्रमोद अग्रवाल जी ने कहा, इसका श्रद्धांजलि देना निर्णय कर दिया था, लेकिन फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर ऐसा नहीं है। मैंने तब भी बोला था कमर्शियल कोल लॉन्चिंग में, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी बोला था, और कई कई ओकेजन पर, इफ यू कैन सी माय स्टेटमेंट, आई हैड मेड इट my statement very clear that coal will be required. Only thing is how to balance environment, पर्यावरण के कैसे हम बैलेंस करें और उसका भी ख्याल कैसे करें, और हमारा एनर्जी नीड का भी पूरा कैसे करें। दैट वाज द चैलेंज बिफोर अस एंड वी आर डूइंग इट। एंड वेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबल कोल माइनिंग इन इंडिया, कोल इंडिया ऑल्सो एंड अदर प्राइवेट पार्टनर्स जो हमारे साथ आज खड़े हुए हैं, हमारा एमडीओज है, सब मिलके मैं गर्व से साथ ये कह सकता हूं कि हम रिस्पॉन्सिबल कोल माइनिंग आज के दिन में कर रहे हैं। कितना प्लांटिंग किया है अभी ये टोटल? अराउंड ज्यादा हुआ जी, 1400 हेक्टेयर में, मोर देन स्टैट्यूटरी जो हमको बाइंडिंग है 2800 हेक्टेयर में पर ईयर हमने प्लांटेशन किया है। जो माइन का पानी है वो पोर्टेबल करके उपयोग करना शुरू कर दिया है, और डीएमएफ करके जहां माइनिंग से थोड़ा कुछ इफेक्ट होता है, डीएमएफ फंड में हमने वही डिस्ट्रिक्ट में लोगों को कल्याणकारी योजना जारी करने के लिए हमने शुरू किए है। इसके अलावा भी जो कुछ भी पर्यावरण बनाए रखने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो इंटरनेशनल कमिटमेंट भी है, और हम लोगों पे भी कहते रहते हैं, वी आर फॉलोइंग इट इन लेटर एंड स्पिरिट। इसके ये कहते हुए मुझे कहने में कोई संकोच नहीं है कि आने वाले दिनों में, in coming days, as of now today we are generating around 4.3 billion units per day, 4.3 4.4। जहां आप जानते हो, क्योंकि हम तो आप लोगों से ही चर्चा करके समझ लेते हैं, हम जब पॉलिसी बनाते हैं आपसे चर्चा करते हैं, आपसे समझने की कोशिश करते हैं, थोड़ा कुछ जो हमको पेपर्स वगैरह मिलता है पढ़ने का कोशिश करते हैं, ऑफिसर्स लोगों से चर्चा करते हैं, लेकिन आप जो है आप फील्ड में है, यू नो बेटर देन मी व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन इन द वर्ल्ड एंड व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन इन इंडिया ऑल्सो। जो लोग श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे थे कोल को, आज सभी लोग हमको बोल रहे कोल सप्लाई करो, कोल सप्लाई करो, कोल। आई एम नॉट टेलिंग दे आर रॉन्ग, आई एम नॉट गोइंग इनटू दैट डिबेट, बट द क्वेश्चन इज वी नीड दैट, we should understand this, and also need is going to be more. It is going to be doubled, because जैसे आप सब जानते हो, टुडे हमारा जो यातायात होता है, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होता है, मूवमेंट होता है, व्हीकलर मूवमेंट होता है, हमारा ट्रेन्स का मूवमेंट होता है, इसमें डीजल ज़्यादा यूज होता है। आज भी रेल में ज़्यादा डीजल ही आज भी यूज होता है, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हो रहा है। एंड फ्रॉम वेयर विल यू ब्रिंग दिस इलेक्ट्रिसिटी? जहां तक टोटल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेशन आज के दिन 21-22 में 1490 बिलियन यूनिट्स हुआ है। कोल बेस्ड उसमें 1107 हुआ है। कोल रिक्वायर्ड ऑल पुट टुगेदर इज अराउंड एस्टिमेट में इस बार जो हुआ है 700 मिलियन टन हुआ है। और जितना हम अभी बढ़ा रहे हैं, जिस घर को इलेक्ट्रिसिटी था, मोदी साहब ने उसको ढूंढ ढूंढ के पकड़ के लाके उनको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी दिया है। कम से कम 1-2 फैन, लाइट और भगवान के आशीर्वाद से और मोदी जी के अथक प्रयास से इकोनॉमी भी इंप्रूव हो रहा है। इसके कारण 1 फैन, 2 फैन, 1 आध लाइट। और पहले जब हम देखते थे, हम जब पानी गर्म करने के लिए क्या क्या करते थे, आज सभी एकदम बहुत छोटे से छोटे घर में इलेक्ट्रिक गीजर लगता है। कुकिंग इज ऑल्सो मेजॉरिटी इट इज गोइंग टू चेंज टुवर्ड्स द इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एंड एस्टिमेट इज बाय 2040 द रिक्वायरमेंट विल बी डबल्ड, द नीड विल डबल। तो हमारा अनिल जैन इसमें ही पीएचडी किया है, करेक्ट है ना साहब? तो ही इज पीएचडी इन पावर सेक्टर, एनर्जी सेक्टर, गैस पे। तो मैं उनको भी पूछता रहता हूं क्या होगा अनिल जी, वो भी कहते रहते हैं सर बहुत रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत बढ़ेगा। और सहयोग से हमारा जो सेक्रेटरी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, सब लोग जो है बहुत स्टडीड लोग हैं। नागराज जी के बारे में आपने सुना अभी। तो ये सब लोग रिसर्च करके मुझे भी बोलते रहते हैं, जो हमको भी थोड़ा कुछ मिलते हैं पेपर और इंडस्ट्री लीडर से जब मिलते हैं, जब बात करते रहते हैं, बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का रिक्वायरमेंट हमको होने वाला है। तो कहां से लाएंगे? तो ठीक है, प्रधानमंत्री जी का डायरेक्शन है हम सब लोगों को, और प्रधानमंत्री जी जो भी बोलते हैं बहुत सोच समझ कर, उनका नया नया आइडिया रहता है माननीय मोदी साहब का। तो रिन्यूएबल में जो उन्होंने टारगेट किया है वो अचीव करने के बावजूद भी हमको कोल रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत होने वाला है। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी हमको डायरेक्शन भी दिया है कि गोल गैसिफिकेशन में, इसका चर्चा हम इसके बाद करेंगे। तो इसीलिए हमारा अभी ध्येय है, हमारा टारगेट है, हमको जितना कोल रिक्वायरमेंट देश के लिए है उतना कैसे भी करके निकालना है। वी हैव टू ब्रिंग आउट। पीएम साहब ने मुझे एक बार कहा जब मैं मंत्री बना, देखो प्रहलाद भाई, अगर हम ऑयल इंपोर्ट करते हैं तो मैं समझता हूं, अगर हम कोल इंपोर्ट करते हैं, वो भी थर्मल कोल इंपोर्ट करते हैं, तो ये पाप है, ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा। तब से वो हमको गाइडेंस देते ही रहते थे। जब हम कमर्शियल कोल माइन लॉन्च करने जा रहे थे, उसके बाद कुछ गाइडेंस के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के पास गए थे, तब उन्होंने मुझे एक चीज कहा, आप कोल इंडिया चेयरमैन से बात करो, कितने उनके पास ऐसे खाली जमीन जिसके अंदर कोयला है और आधा यूज किया है और बीच में किसी ने किसी कारण के बंद हुआ है। मैं और अनिल जी मिल के गए थे, इफ यू रिमेंबर वेल। उनके छोटे से एक कमरे में हमारा एक मीटिंग हुआ था। तब उन्होंने कहा, आप ये प्रमोद अग्रवाल जी से पूछिए कितना अबंडेंट माइंस है, कितना डिसकंटिन्यूड माइंस है। मैंने बोला इनोसेंटली मैंने बोला साहब ये डिसकंटिन्यूड माइन कैसे हम यूज करते हैं। उन्होंने बोला वो किसी न किसी कारण, क्योंकि पीएसयू का अपने आप एक कंस्ट्रेंट रहता है, उनसे बात करो, ये आप शुरुआत करो, फिर से शुरुआत करो प्राइवेट पीपीपी मॉडल में। इसमें भी आपको कम से कम बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में आपको मिलेगा। और जब हमने ये 20 माइंस जो अभी शुरू किया है, लॉन्चिंग अभी हमने किया है, एक्सट्रैक्टेबल रिजर्व अप्रोक्सीमेटली 380 मिलियन टन, और इसमें अगर 10-15% आते हैं तो भी 30-40 मिलियन टन हमको मिल जाता है। और हमारा आज के जो बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में शोर शराबा हो रहा है, कोल इंडिया पर भी बहुत दबाव है। हम डेली कम से कम 2-3 मीटिंग हम कोल इंडिया चेयरमैन और सब्सिडरी चेयरमैन और महाम और अनिल जी, नागराजू जी मिलके करते ही रहते हैं। What is the total gap today? Around 15-18 million ton? Correct ना? 25 approximately, ठीक है। तो आज तो पीक रेटेड, बहुत पीक चल रहा है। जितना इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का डिमांड आज है उतना कभी भी नहीं था। जितना हीट आज है, सूर्य का प्रभाव इतना कभी भी नहीं था। 122 ईयर्स का इतिहास है ये, इतना ज्यादा कभी भी नहीं हुआ था। तो इस टाइम हमारा 25 मिलियन टन गैप है, ऐसे प्रमोद जी बता रहे हैं। तो इसमें अगर हम इसमें, और कमर्शियल कोल माइनिंग ऑलरेडी लॉन्च हुआ है, उससे हम अगर 30-40 मिलियन टन निकालते हैं तो और 2-3 वर्ष तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं रहेगा। लेकिन आगे के लिए सोच के एक कमर्शियल कोल माइनिंग और अबंडेंट कोल माइंस जो है, I think they are more than 110. After this, that also we are going to bring for the on partnership base. इसमें मैं ये नहीं कहता हूं कि ये सब एमडीओ मॉडल में, और इसमें भी 50% गैसिफिकेशन जो हम कमर्शियल माइनिंग में दिया है, इसमें भी लागू होगा। इसमें अगर नहीं है तो करना पड़ेगा। अगर कोई भी गैसिफिकेशन के लिए कोयला यूज करते हैं तो 50% जो डिस्काउंट मिलेगा वो डिस्काउंट इसमें भी मिलेगा रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग में। अनिल जी, इसका अगर नहीं है तो करना पड़ेगा इसका। तो गैसिफिकेशन इज द कंपैरेटिवली एनवायरमेंटली इट इज सेफ। जो प्रधानमंत्री का इच्छा है, उसको प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो कमिटमेंट है, तो उसके लिए हम इसमें भी 50% माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के निर्देश पर ही देने का हमने निर्णय कर लेंगे। और ये जो कंडीशन लगाए हैं, इसमें भी अगर कुछ आपके साथ चर्चा करके जरूरत है तो हम बदलाव करने के लिए भी तैयार है। लेकिन हम सब मिलके जो थर्मल कोल इंपोर्ट हो रहा है उसको हमको खत्म करना है। दिस इज द टारगेट ऑफ Government of India under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, and ease of doing business में हमको ये सब करना पड़ेगा। और जितने अच्छे माइन है जी, इसमें there are so many good mines, उसमें कोकिंग कोल है। जो इधर इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स बैठे हुए हैं, तो आप जरूर सोच सकते हैं, डायरेक्ट स्टील ग्रेड स्टील कोल है, और ग्रेड 5 का, ग्रेड 5 का कोल है। और इसमें ऑलमोस्ट ऑल क्लियरेंसेस आर अवेलेबल। थोड़ा कुछ ठीक है, कुछ 10 वर्ष हुआ है, 5 वर्ष हुआ है, 4 वर्ष हुआ है, उसमें कुछ on exactly on the spot there might have been some changes, there might have been some problem, but I will assure you, as a Coal India and as a Ministry of Coal, I will assure you, we will handhold and we will see that win-win situation is there, and together we will produce the coal, and together we will see that the India after the प्रधानमंत्री जी बोलते थे, हम सबको बोलते थे, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पब्लिकली भी बोला है, जैसे वर्ल्ड वार के पहले, पोस्ट वर्ल्ड वार और प्री वर्ल्ड वार एक ऑर्डर रहता था, वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर, अभी प्री कोविड और पोस्ट कोविड एक नया वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर होने वाला है। ये वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर में द इंडिया विल बी द बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग, आप ये मान के चलिए, आई एम टेलिंग यू, एंड दिस आवर गवर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो कॉन्फिडेंट, एंड अंडर द लीडरशिप ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर श्री मोदी, देयर विल बी, इंडिया विल बी द बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग इकोनॉमी एंड वी विल लीड द इन द वर्ल्ड एज फार एज इकोनॉमी इज कंसर्न। जब स्थिति ऐसे है, हमारा जो अभी दुनिया के हिसाब से भी हमारा पर कैपिटा कंजम्पशन भी बहुत कम है, तो ये भी हमको देखना पड़ेगा, चाइना कितना है, यूएस का कितना है, ये सब आपको देखना पड़ेगा। हमारा 2000 और कुछ है, उनका है 12,000, चाइना का है 4,000 कुछ। और जब हमारे लोग इलेक्ट्रिसिटी यूज करके अपना जीवन में एक बदलाव लाना चाहते हैं, जो कुछ भी नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस हमारे पास अवेलेबल है, इसमें ट्रांसपेरेंसी से हमको काम करना पड़ेगा। यही हमको माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से डायरेक्शन है। इसीलिए पर्यावरण के पूरा ख्याल रखते हुए वी विल सी दैट द थिंग्स विल चेंज। एंड कमर्शियल कोल माइनिंग में भी जितने लोग इसका सक्सेस के बारे में डाउट कर रहे थे, तो एक तो कोल माइन गया है, प्राइवेट पार्टी को गया है 84%, है ना नागराजू जी, एक 84%, एक रिसेंटली गरेपलमा सी में 45%, और एवरेज इसमें मिला है 5% टू 38% या 34%, 38%, 5 to 38% मिला है। तो कुछ लोग कमर्शियल माइनिंग में फायदा लिया है। मैं विनम्र से प्रार्थना करता हूं, इसमें भविष्य है और इसमें गैसिफिकेशन, लिक्विफैक्शन ये करते हुए हम कैसे इसका उपयोग कर सके ये सोचना चाहिए। क्योंकि जैसे मैंने कहा, कुकिंग अभी इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन होगा, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन होगा, ये सब बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में देश के ओवरऑल इकोनॉमी में भी और ओवरऑल रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ द एनर्जी में भी बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आ रहा है। इसीलिए इसमें अगर जो कंडीशन आपके सामने अभी नागराजू जी ने रखा है, उसमें भी अगर कुछ है तो आप कोल इंडिया से बातचीत करिए और इसको हम बहुत इन्वेस्टर फ्रेंडली बनाने के लिए हमारा लक्ष्य रखा है, सो दैट तो कम से कम विदेश से जो थर्मल कोल हम लाते हैं उसको तो हमको रोक लगाना पड़ेगा। ये माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक लक्ष्य है और हमको ये लक्ष्य माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिया है। इसलिए मैं आप सबको निवेदन करने आया हूं। इससे ज़्यादा मुझे अभी बोलने के लिए और ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं है। तो कोल प्रोडक्शन अभी कितना बड़ा है ये भी मैं कहना चाहता हूं। इन 2014 इट वाज दी 570 मिलियन टन हमने सप्लाई किया था। आज के दिन में मीन्स एट द एंड ऑफ 22 March 31st we have supplied 818 million ton, that is 43% more हो गया है। 43% more offtake has been done, all inclusive of course, and production also 700 and कितना हुआ है 767 अरुण अनिल जी 767 मिलियन टन इतना प्रोडक्शन हमारा हुआ है। उसके बावजूद भी अभी शॉर्टेज के बारे में बात चल रहा है। शॉर्टेज आज के दिन से ज़्यादा हम आगे के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा सोच रहे हैं, जो Q2 में, क्योंकि बारिश के दिनों में सप्लाई वगैरह का, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन वगैरह का जो समस्या होता है उसमें भी ध्यान देके हम पूरे दिन कल हमने मीटिंग किया है और उसके टारगेट कैसे रखना है, कैसे आगे बढ़ना है, ये सब हम सोच शुरू कर दिया है। तो इसीलिए और कैप्टिव माइन को, जो हमने, आप सब जानते हो, मैं फिर से आपको, आई एम ट्राइंग टू रिफ्रेश योर माइंड, हमने एंड यूज खत्म कर दिया है, कोल में भी खत्म कर दिया है और अदर्स माइंस में भी खत्म कर दिया है, और कैप्टिव माइंस जो लेके बैठे हुए थे उनका जितना रिक्वायरमेंट है उतना ही माइन कर सकते थे, हमने उसमें भी 50% दे दिया, चलो मार्केट में बेचो। कुछ लोग पैसा भी बना रहे हैं उसमें, हमको कोई आपत्ति नहीं है उसमें, बट इन द होल द कंट्री शुड बी आत्मनिर्भर, दैट इज द इंटेंशन ऑफ दिस लॉन्चिंग ऑफ दिस अबंडेंट और डिसकंटिन्यूड कोल माइंस। तो इसका अर्थ ये नहीं है कि उसमें कुछ कमियां हैं इसलिए ऑक्शन कर रहे, जैसे मैंने पहले भी बताया, एज आई सेड अर्लियर ऑल्सो, there will be some constraint for PSUs. PSU will have their own constraint. For that reason, they will not be able to mine it out. तो प्राइवेट लोग कुछ तो कुछ बात करके उसमें कर सकते हैं। जितना कंस्ट्रेंट एक PSU को रहता है, गवर्नमेंट कंपनी को रहता है, उतना कंस्ट्रेंट प्राइवेट लोगों को नहीं रहता है। ये कारण से हम इसको ऑफर करना सोचा है। इसका अर्थ नहीं है कि इसमें कुछ नहीं है इसलिए नुकसान हो रहा है। कहीं ने बीच में एक प्रेजेंटेशन का इसमें बहुत लॉस हुआ है, लॉस और किसी के कारण हुआ है जी। तो इसीलिए मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं, इसीलिए आई हैड डायरेक्टेड देम दैट हमने फर्स्ट इसमें लॉन्च करेंगे, बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट माइंड शुड बी सिलेक्टेड। तो ऐसा ही हमारा CMPDI का मनोज जी ने किया है। और मनोज जी जब बोल रहे थे, आप बहुत अच्छे अच्छे माइंड है, उसका कितना स्टील का ग्रेड का है ये सब थोड़ा आप उजागर कर सकते थे। तो बहुत अच्छा माइंस हमारा कोल इंडिया के चेयरमैन हमारे अनिल जैन जी के मार्गदर्शन में किया है, और इस क्षेत्र में और टोटल एनर्जी सेक्टर में एक हम बदलाव लाना चाहते हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं आपका सहयोग चाहता हूं। आई वांट योर कोऑपरेशन, वॉट एवर इज नीडेड फ्रॉम द मिनिस्ट्री, वॉट एवर इज नीडेड फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट, वी आर देयर विथ, वी विल हैंड होल्ड यू। जैसे कमर्शियल कोल माइनिंग में भी जहां एनवायरमेंट का समस्या आता है, जहां फॉरेस्ट का समस्या आता है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का समस्या आता है, हम स्वयं बात कर रहे हैं और अनिल जी बात कर रहे हैं, हमारा नागराजू जी इधर उधर घूम रहे, सबसे बातचीत करके काम निकालने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मैं आपको आश्वस्त करता हूं, मैं इधर उधर घूम के, कुछ लोग हंस रहे, इधर झारखंड में जाते हैं, उड़ीसा में जाते हैं, जाके बातचीत करते हैं, फोन पे बात करते हैं, चीफ सेक्रेटरी से मिलते हैं, तो ये सब काम हो रहा है। तो इसलिए हम हैंड होल्ड करेंगे, आपके साथ खड़े होंगे और सब मिलके देश को आत्मनिर्भर करेंगे। यही आह्वान देते हुए मेरे वाणी को विराम देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs and your insights, especially for being the driving force to boost private investments in the coal sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now open the floor for questions. We have provision of microphones. Wait till the mic reaches you. Identify yourself and also the name of the person to whom your query is addressed. We have the speakers and experts to answer your questions. I have 3 names already with me. Mr. Dinesh Kaushik, Director, Helios Trade Advisors Private Limited. Sir. Mr. Dinesh Kaushik, can you please, there. Can we have the mic? Right at the end. Can we please pass the mic to Mr. Dinesh Kaushik ji?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us an opportunity and a wonderful hope and presentations where we see that the government is proactively working and solving the problems which are anticipated in future. और मिनिस्टर साहब का वो सुन के तो बहुत ही encouraging लगा कि गवर्नमेंट कितना डीप लेवल पे जाके फ्यूचर को प्रोजेक्ट करके प्रॉब्लम्स को समझ के आगे चीज़ें बढ़ा रही है और वो विजिबल हो रही हैं एक्शंस में और रिजल्ट्स में. सो वी आर ऑनर्ड टू हैव यू हियर एंड लिसन टू यू. मेरे 2 क्वेश्चंस इसमें हैं कि भाई कई चीज़ें ऐसी हो रही हैं हमारे यहाँ कि एक कोऑर्डिनेशन बैंकिंग के साथ हमारे को इन स्कीम्स के लिए चाहिए होता है. और उसमें जैसे लैंड को ट्रांसफ़र करने के लिए आप प्रपोज कर रहे हैं, whether this land will be eligible for mortgage for raising funds because it involves large capital investments. So those are some of the issues and it takes a lot of time. Whether the government has really taken care of this or maybe thinking, and I just wanted to draw your attention to this, okay, this may be considered that when you are extending or transferring the land, all permissions with respect to forest clearance, fire clearance, and other things are in place. And we are able to mortgage this land for raising funds and finances because banks are gradually learning from the past and are becoming little more diligent. And at the same time, which is very much required, but this is going to be one of the major hurdles, we request you to consider this. Second point which I have in mind is that today what we are talking is a very positive environment. We know that we have come from a very low level of acceptance of coal as a power source to a very vibrant situation today and very highly priced, which may be a temporary phenomena, maybe for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and it may be necessitated because of the war which we are facing. China has taken some proactive action for reducing the carbon footprints and maybe reducing the overall pollution control measures. I heard one of the experts, he was saying that let there be a dynamic mechanism to consider the problems or anticipated market dynamics. So there may be some mechanism which may be evolved after finalizing the deal with a person to address the problems which we might face while we progress and the market condition turns adverse in long run. So these are my two of the questions and my suggestions, and thank you very much once again for a wonderful session. Thank you.
Okay, the second name with me is Mr. Prabhat Mittal from Sandvik Mining.
Thank you, sir. My name is Prabhat Mittal. I am Vice President from Sandvik. Sandvik is a leading mining equipment manufacturers for underground coal mine mechanical cutting equipment. So today, as Secretary Sir has also mentioned in his speech, that the more focus is being given for underground coal production. One important thing I would like to highlight here is that today, the underground coal contractors, production contractors who are there in the country are very limited in number who are having a good experience. And now with this enormous number of, the mines which are going to be floated by Coal India for underground, as well as the coal block owners, private coal block owners who are going to open, we really need to see that the good participation, wider participation is, encouraged by Coal India in their tenders, so that the new bidders, new contractors are also, come forward who are really willing to produce coal and, with these new technologies. So today still we see that in some of the tenders there are restrictions, and we have given our representations in past many years we have been giving the representation, but still there are more work and more guidance is required to the subsidiaries by Coal India, so that some relaxation is being given in those tenders for wider participation in these. So this is my suggestion and request, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mittal. Next, Mr. Sachin Patra from EKI Energy Services.
Sir, like for example, we are, producing, manufacturing the mining equipment, and in all other countries where our equipment are being run, Coal India asks for producing the, giving the production certificate of those particular equipment. Now, we as an OEM keep on, doing the R&D and develop the new models, keep on changing. And Coal India asks for the particular, certificate, production certificate of that particular model as a proven equipment. So those restrictions are actually prohibiting us to participate in the tender with our contracting partners.
अपने जो एमडीओ के टेंडर्स हैं आप उसकी बात कर रहे हैं
सर एमडीओ वाले में तो काफी रिलैक्सेशन दिया हुआ है सर एमडीओ वाले में रिलैक्सेशन दिया हुआ है, मैं बात कर रहा हूं जो हायरिंग के टेंडर्स आते हैं उसमें सर रिलैक्सेशन दे दिया जाए तो काफ़ी अच्छा रहेगा।
हायरिंग के टेंडर जो सर नॉर्मल टेंडर होते हैं उसके बारे में है, क्योंकि इनका कहना है कि जो मशीन नया डेवलप करते हैं तो उसके लिए प्रूवननेस सर्टिफिकेट की जरूरत पड़ती है। तो प्रूवननेस सर्टिफिकेट तो वो डीजीएमएस के बिना तो हम लोग एक इक्विपमेंट भी नहीं लगा सकते हैं डीजीएमएस के अप्रूवल के बिना। और उसके अलावा भी प्रूवननेस इसलिए जरूरी होता है स्पेशली अंडरग्राउंड माइनिंग में कि कोई भी एक्सीडेंट होगा तो उसके लिए जिम्मेदारी कोल इंडिया की बनती है। बट दैट इज नॉट रेलिवेंट टू टुडे, वी कैन डिस्कस इट सेपरेटली। ठीक है ना?
थैंक यू।
सचिन पात्रा जी।
Good afternoon, everyone. Respectable Minister, sir. And so, my name is Sachin Kumar Patra, and I am from EK Energy Services Limited. So, ours is a company dealing with carbon offsets and carbon credits, which has made a really a buzz after the recent COP that has happened in Glasgow. Now, my question was, in these mining activities, so there is a scope of getting carbon credits, and that could result in additional revenue for all the companies who operate these mines. That would be related to capture and destruction of coal mine methane or coal bed methane. So my question is was related to that. If that is that a already a part of the tender, or if any of the companies are doing that voluntarily as a part of their sustainability activities in and around the mines, then it can also add on to their revenues, and it could strengthen their financials. So that's just a suggestion, and if it's not a part of the tendering process, and again if it could be, then it could also add to the sustainability areas, and also financially it could be beneficial for all the operators. Thank you.
I have another name, Dr. Rabi Bastia, CFO, Oilmax.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Minister and Secretary Cole, I must compliment for a wonderful initiative there. And we are confident that this is going to be very, very successful. Sir, I am speaking on behalf of the newly formed Coal Gasifiers Association of India, where all the gasifiers are coming together to really pool their resources, their knowledge base, and also the issues that would be there to address and make it more attractive. Sir, one of the things that I'd like to make a mention is that coal gasification actually, slightly technical thing, by definition, in the documents that I've seen in the Ministry of Coal, restricts to only synth gas. I think coal gasification is a process where synthesis gas, syn gas, or producer gas, all together is the same thing. The process is same. So I think the enlargement of the definition, to my mind, is very much essential. Otherwise, many of the bidders may not really qualify. There are a large number of producer gas producers who would be very much willing to take participation in these things. So my request is to look at that, sir, and coal gasification should be broad-based, a process which should include syngas, synthesis gas, producer gas, all together, sir, on that. That would also impact the end user also, because many of them do not produce only, but also use it ultimately. So that would be very good for that, sir. Thank you very much.
Over to Dr. Bastia.
Sir, my heartiest compliments. Your charged speech has really ignited the energy in us. We explore and mine many kilometers down the earth. So coal mining is a natural friend of oil industry in that sense. Sir, I have one question and one suggestion. The suggestion first. The resources of the coal mines, whatever you have presented to us, could be manifold higher than these if we adopt a small technology called seismic evaluation for the coal and the continuity of the coal. The topic of the current discussion was discontinued coal mines. Please believe me, if you go through the seismic signatures of the underground coal mines, and the technology today is available which can delineate 7-meter accurate coal seams and below up to the 300 to 350 meters very clearly, this technology will give at least 25% more reserves in your country, sir. My one question, the escrow account is creating little bit of time delay in our system. So we would like that the mechanism should be changed and directed towards the operator, and which could take control and deposit on behalf of the Coal India. Thank you very much, sir.
Anybody else?
Sir, my name is Vishal Chandak and I represent financial services firm Motilal Oswal. I track the metals and mining sector. We have been talking about the thermal coal and improving production of the thermal coal. I would also like to draw your attention to the billions of tons of coking coal reserves that we have in India, especially on the Jharia coal field, which have not been explored or not been used. So, if we can produce that and put that to operation, we are importing about 50 million tons of coking coal today. That itself works out to more than $20 billion in current prices. So anything which the ministry can work, which will save the end user industry as well as the foreign exchange reserves as well.
I could see another hand going up on this adjacent table.
Sir, my name is P.S. Reddy. I am the MD and CEO of Multi Commodity Exchange, where we trade gas, crude oil, and bullion, and base metals, and some of the agri products. And rightly, this kind of initiative also requires parallelly development of a trading platform. Then only the price discovery will be very transparent, and whatever revenue sharing that you are looking at will also be priced very transparently. I think parallelly, my request and suggestion to the Honorable Minister and the team is to build regulatory framework around the coal trading in the country. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, right at the end, towards the rear end of the hall.
Respected sir, my name is Naveen Ehlawat. I am from Jindal Steel Power. It's just a suggestion that we waste a lot of money and energy to transport coal away from the coal pit head. So it's a suggestion that if we can promote more integrated gasification combined cycle plant, IGCC power plant at the pit head, which will save a lot of money and transporting that coal from pit head. Thank you so much.
Anyone? Yes. Here, center.
My name is Arindam Day. I'm from a company called 21st Century Mining. Congratulations for the new initiatives being taken, sirs. We are actually importers of coal. और हमें दिख रहा था कि coal आस्ते-आस्ते the government wants to get into that Atmanirbhar mode. So in that spirit, we've done our first investment for taking 2 of the coal blocks. We want to take part in further auctions. There are 2 problems that I see. One, which has already been highlighted, that any new company coming in, and we are a merchant coal miner, तो हमें कोयला nikal ke, we want to sell it in the market. The first is in terms of the bank financing, which has been already spoken about. क्योंकि हमारे पास asset base यहाँ है नहीं, तो और कोयले को हम collateral दिखा के बैंक के लिए मुश्किल होती है. So उसमें एक we would need help. The other is for merchant coal miners, as the production goes up, they will play a larger role. So the single portal which has been implemented already, जिस तरह से correct price discovery for the market, वो किस तरह से simplify किया जा सकता है, उसको किसे बढ़ावा दिया जा सकता है, उस पे जरा clarifications को चाहिए. Thank you.
Well, I see no more hands going up.
There are 2-3 issues, perhaps, which I can address, but rest of the thing I will leave it to the Secretary or Additional Secretary to address. One was relating to mortgaging the land being given to the process. Actually, we have not thought very seriously about it, so I won't be able to comment anything. But since we are not transferring the land to you, it is just a leasing it. Not even leasing, because it is already leased to us, so we are subleasing it. I will have to explore the possibility there and see the legal issues, but I'm not committing on that. The second thing was escrow account, which was discussed, raised by a Honorable Minister also. Again, since I had background of only roads, etc., so we have used that model here. We are sure that we will explore this possibility also and take legal advice, because here the ownership of the mine in true sense is not being transferred. It is being for the mining act purpose only. We are transferring the ownership, and to that extent you will be responsible for all the operations, and we won't have any interventions or interference in your operation except for looking for some statutory things, because we will continue to remain as the owner. That possibility is not there because this was been given to us under Coal Bearing Act. Unless that act is changed, perhaps it will not be a possibility. So we have found out this, and ultimately the coal also is will be the ownership of the Coal India, technically. But in practice terms, you will be the owner and you will be selling coal on behalf of the Coal India. So there is slight difference between commercial mining and this MDO model in which revenue sharing is there. So because of that, perhaps, but we assure you that all these 3-4 things we'll look into. And the third thing that somebody asked about the, no, I think that has been addressed. Raising money, yeah, mortgaging, yeah, that has been raised. So these are the 2-3 things which I wanted to clarify. But we assure you that we will look into it and take the legal opinion.
Yeah. So the CMD has clarified, so just to add on to that, the land is not being transferred. So there is no case for mortgage of the land. But there is a long-term contract which you will enter into with Coal India. So what rights you get, that document which is created, so maybe Coal India will examine. Because I remember that even in the mining contract, let's say limestone, on which then cement factories are put up. So unless and until the bank has some right over the resources, they'll not finance otherwise. That tomorrow, if they finance and this it goes into NPA, so they must have access to that that document, on the basis of which they can, give it, sell it to somebody and recover. So you'll have to explore that. A dynamic approach to address evolving situation. So even in the commercial mining, in which people have taken a bigger risk, the clauses are there, force majeure, etc. But I don't know what you have in mind. Maybe what you have in mind is that if there is an international treaty in which India commits to reduce, dependence on coal, then what happens? So those things, I think, will be taken care of in the normal force majeure situation. Carbon credits is a suggestion. We are open to it. Widening the definition of coal gasification. So we rely on CMPDI to tell us what is the meaning of gasification. I understand SNG, synthetic natural gas, producer gas. So maybe we will ask CMPDI to tell us that what do we wish to encourage. So basically the idea is to encourage gasification, and that means basically to develop, methanol, ethanol, DME. So if those things which we are importing can come through coal, we would love to encourage it. Seismic evaluation, I think there is already a lot of discussion, and Coal India is also open to the idea that seismic should be accepted as a tool. Escrow account, I remember that it was tried out it was first mentioned even in some NELP contracts or OLP. It was not liked by the industry. Industry would not like to, put the sale proceeds into an account over which somebody else has control, and then they go and become applicants to it. So this can be looked into, and as the CMD said, that he will want to make sure that he is in turn not running around behind you. इसको कर देंगे सर, थोड़ा बैंक गारंटी वगैरह का कुछ सिस्टम,
बैंक गारंटी वगैरह करो दीजिए इसका। नहीं, इसमें एस्क्रो अकाउंट में इधर उधर घूमना पड़ता है कि आपके सीएमडी डायरेक्टर फाइनेंस से पीछे घूमना पड़ता है, ये तो बंद कर दो, इसका चेंज करके बीजी वगैरह कुछ अल्टरनेट अरेंजमेंट करो, ये एस्क्रो अकाउंट बंद कर दो, नहीं तो हमको कोई ये नहीं मिलेगा इसमें। यू स्टॉप इट।
Somebody mentioned about coking coal deposits of Jharia. Let me tell you that this issue keeps coming up to the ministry कि झरिया में billions of tons of coking coal है जिसमें आग लगी हुई है, तो कई बार examine करा लिया है. Maybe you can at lunchtime somebody can talk to CMD of CMPDI who has good knowledge of it. There is some coking coal, but वो billions of tons वाली बात नहीं है, and उसी के कुछ tenders तो इस round में भी आए हुए हैं. तो इनफैक्ट वी आर ओपन टू इट. अगर आप कोल इंडिया की जो बंद माइंस हैं वो भी आप अगर समझते हैं कि और इंट्रोड्यूस होनी चाहिए, यू कैन गिव सजेशंस टू सीएमडी कोल इंडिया. आई थिंक ही विल बी हैप्पी टू. प्री बिड कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप और भी बता सकते हैं. एक और इफ आई मे प्रीएम्प्ट यू, सीएमडी कोल इंडिया के मन में ये भी है कि जो इनके पास लैंड्स हैं और जब वो जिनके माइंस नहीं खुली हैं, अगर ये उनको ना खोलना चाहते हो, आई थिंक वर्जिन माइंस के बारे में भी आप सोच रहे हैं, that could be sir phase 3 of the reforms that previously unworked but lands held by Coal India under the CBA Act. तो उसमें भी अगर वो कुछ एरियाज हो BCCL के तो वो ओपन किए जा सकते हैं. कोल ट्रेडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म एंड प्राइस डिस्कवरी पे हम लोग बहुत तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं. Mr. Reddy met me also some days back and we have put CIL on this job. तो अभी कोल इंडिया का एक ट्रेडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म कोल इंडिया खुद डेवलप कर रहा है CMPDI से. उसके पहले M जंक्शन का प्लेटफॉर्म है, लेकिन उसमें सिंगल सेलर है. कोल इंडिया इज द ओनली सेलर, मल्टीपल बायर्स. बट आई अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम द जेंटलमैन हु स्पोक दैट सून ऑल दीज पीपल हैव टेकन द कमर्शियल माइंस मे ऑल्सो वांट अ प्लेटफॉर्म जहां पे मल्टीपल सेलर्स एंड मल्टीपल बायर्स हों. सो दैट शुड बी इन प्लेस बाय 31 मार्च नेक्स्ट ईयर. वी आर होपफुल ऑफ दैट. एक उसके लिए रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क चाहिए होगा सर, वो हम लोग अलग से बात करेंगे. प्रमोट IGCC टेक्नोलॉजी, इट्स अ गुड आइडिया. तो अल्ट्रा सुपर क्रिटिकल के बाद IGCC ने आना था, सो दैट इज मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पावर इज प्रमोटिंग इट, बट आई थिंक इट्स वेरी एक्सपेंसिव. सो दैट समबडी डेवलप्स विल बी वेरी हैप्पी, क्योंकि हमारा कोला फिर वहीं के वहीं इन सिटू जल जाएगा. कोले में भाड़ा बहुत लगता है फ्रेट का. अगर फ्रेट का इंसिडेंस ना हो तो कोल की इकोनॉमिक्स ही चेंज हो जाती है. तो वी एनकरेज इट. सो यू कैन लेट अस नो इफ देयर समथिंग यू वांट अस टू डू टू एनकरेज दिस टेक्नोलॉजी. थैंक यू.
मैं समाप्त में एक ही सेंटेंस बोलना चाहता हूं. जो विन विन सिचुएशन मन में रखते हुए आप जो सजेशन देते हैं, मिनिस्ट्री इज ओपन, यू कैन सजेस्ट अस. मिनिस्ट्री इज ओपन एंड कोल इंडिया विल बी ऑल्सो ओपन, दैट मच आई कैन अश्योर यू. बट विन विन सिचुएशन रहना चाहिए.
I believe most of the issues raised were addressed primarily. As we move towards the end of this engaging discussion and dissertation, we will now present mementos as token of gratitude and appreciation. Request Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman, Coal India Limited, to please present a memento to our chief guest, Shri Prahlad Joshi, Honorable Minister of Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of India. A memento for our guest of honor, Shri Rao Sahib Patil Danve, Honorable Minister of State for Rail, Coal and Mines, Government of India. And a memento for Dr. A.K. Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. I will now request Shri B. Veera Reddy, Director Technical Coal India Limited, to please present a memento to Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman Coal India Limited. Shri M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. Shri Manoj Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director, CMP DIL. Manoj Kumar ji, आइए. Shri Thomas Cherian, Managing Director, SL Mining and Industries Limited. Shri Vinay Prakash, Director, Adani Enterprises and CEO, Natural Resources. Shri V. Shrikant, Chief Executive Officer, Mines Vedanta Limited. And Shri Jeet Adani, Vice President, Finance, Adani Group. Thank you, Mr. Reddy. A brief introduction of Shri Reddy. Okay, all right.
Good afternoon. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Sri Prahlad Joshi sir. With the motivation from him, Coal India last year produced ever highest coal production of 622 million ton. Over that, in this financial year till date, a positive growth of 28% is registered. So we are continuously getting support and guidance and motivation from the sir. Thank you, sir, for attending here, for giving valuable message to all the industry. I would also like to thank Sri Rao Sahab Patil Danve sir, Minister of States, for taking out his time from his busy schedule for the event today. And I would like to thank Dr. A.K. Jain. He is continuously closely monitoring the total industry, conducts number of meetings and visits places, and it is all possible because of his guidance and support. And thank you, sir, for coming here and delivering a message. And I would also like to thank our leader, Sri Pramod Agrawal sir, Chairman, Coal India, and Sri Nagaraj sir. Actually, he designed this revenue sharing model. And actually, these mines I have seen personally, they are all good quality coal, and we are not proposing any technology. You can go for all green mining methods, and particularly this is good quality coal, coking and non-coking, particularly G2, G3, G4, ECL mein. That is required for NRS. So even thermal power is not there also, the NRS demand will continue, and green mining methods, and huge reserves are there. And these reserves are only to the extent of working. There are underlying virgin seams are also there. So in every mine, not less than 100 million ton geological reserves are there. And you can go for high wall mining, punch long wall mining, and paste fill technology, where you will be using fly ash for filling the underground voids. It will be a most environmental friendly methods. All these methods have long life and required by power sector and also particularly NRS. So this way we can achieve the Atmanirbhar. And I would like to thank Sri G. Tadaniji, a young entrepreneur, for sharing his ideas. I would also thank the industry speakers, Sri Thomas Cherian, Sri Vinay Prakash, and V. Srikant, for sharing their perspective on the launch of closed or discontinued mines of Coal India on revenue sharing model. I am sure that we will deeply benefit from the consultations organized today. We look to derive maximum benefit out of these initiatives by having higher private sector participation for the revival of closed and discontinued mines. I would also like to thank team of organizers from Coal India, and also I would like to thank FICCI for partnering with us in organizing this program. The event today had the presence of key stakeholders from the Ministry of Coal, government organizations, mining companies, power generation companies, mine developers come operators, and other industries which add value to the entire effort. I would like to once again thank all the participants who have given their time to attend the event and have joined us to make this a successful one. I would also like to thank our media friends for highlighting the initiatives that we take and all the stakeholders involved with today's program. Thank you all. And I request all of you to join for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy, for proposing the vote of thanks. And on that note, we conclude the first session. Please proceed for lunch that has been arranged in the pre-conference area, the adjoining foyer. Reassemble for the next session, that is on coal gasification, a way forward, at 2 o'clock. I repeat, 2 o'clock we begin the next session on coal gasification, a way forward. Thank you. Check. All right, can I draw your attention, everybody? All those inside the conference room and also outside this conference area in the adjoining foyer, if you can hear me. Please proceed to the conference room. We will begin in the couple of moments from now. I hope your cell phones are on the silent mode. If not, kindly ensure that your cell phones are on the silent, and you all know the reason why. So in the next couple of moments, मंत्री साहब का आगमन हो चुका है for the second session. And we have Mr. Rakesh Kumarji, Chairman and Managing Director, Neyveli Lignite Corporation Limited. Welcome to you, gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of State for Rail, Coal and Mines, Government of India, Shri Rao Saheb Patil Danveji has just arrived. So we are good to begin, ladies and gentlemen. All those standing behind, can I request you to please settle down quickly? All the honorable ministers and esteemed dignitaries on the dais have already taken their seats. Remind you to check whether your phones are on the silent yet one more time. Thank you. So a very good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. And welcome back post-lunch. We will commence the session on coal gasification way forward. This will discuss issues related to scaling up of coal gasification with focus on need for a suitable business model for coal gasification to promote private investments, development of indigenous gasification technology on commercial scale, and suitable policy provision for marketing of indigenous products derived from coal gasifications. With those words, ladies and gentlemen, I will call upon Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman, Coal India Limited, for the welcome address.
माननीय मंत्री जी, कोयला खान एवं पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स, माननीय राज्य मंत्री जी, कोयला खान एवं रेल, आदरणीय सचिव कोयला डॉक्टर अनिल जैन, मेरे मित्र नागराजू, एनएलसी के आदरणीय चेयरमैन श्री राकेश कुमार, उपस्थित मित्रों, CMPDI के अधिकारी, CIL के अधिकारीगण, इन्वेस्टर्स एवं मीडिया के दोस्तों, मैं आप सभी का इस पोस्ट लंच सेशन में स्वागत करता हूं। कोल गैसिफिकेशन के ऊपर आयोजित इस सेशन में किस प्रकार से इस विषय को आगे ले जाया जाएगा या ले जाने की संभावना है, इस पर चर्चा की जाएगी। कोल आवश्यक है, इस पर किसी को संदेह नहीं है, लेकिन कोल की आलोचना भी हमेशा होती रहती है क्योंकि इट इज़ कंसिडर्ड एज अ हार्मफुल थिंग और समथिंग विच इज़ डर्टी। कुछ साल पहले तक तो ये ऐसा लग रहा था जैसे कोल के बारे में इन्वेस्ट करना भी एक गलत काम हो जाएगा और कोई भी बैंकर्स इसके लिए फाइनेंस करने को तैयार नहीं था। लेकिन उसका एक जो तोड़ सोचा गया कि कोल गैसिफिकेशन करके शायद इसकी जो पर्यावरण पर दूषित प्रभाव पड़ता है उसको कम किया जा सके, और इस पर काफ़ी सारी चर्चाएं भी हो रही हैं, काफ़ी आविष्कार भी हो रहे हैं। चाइना में इस पर काफ़ी काम भी हुआ है, लेकिन भारत की दृष्टि से एक महत्वपूर्ण पक्ष ये होता है कोल गैसिफिकेशन के माध्यम से कोल टू केमिकल या कोल टू मेथनॉल एक्सेट्रा बनाया जाए, जिससे कि भारत में इन सब चीज़ों में आत्मनिर्भरता आ जाए। कोविड के दौरान आपने सुना होगा कि भारत एक बहुत बड़ा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब है मेडिसिन का, लेकिन इसके लिए जो मेन मेडिसिन आती है वो चाइना से आती है और उसका उत्पादन भारत में नहीं होता है। कोल गैसिफिकेशन के माध्यम से शायद उन सभी केमिकल्स का भी उन सब केमिकल की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी भारत में हो पाएगी, और इसके लेकर ही कोल इंडिया ने इसके बारे में सोचना शुरू किया कि इसमें किस प्रकार से कोल इंडिया अपनी भागीदारी निभा सकता है। इसके लिए हम लोगों ने एक भेल के साथ जरूर काम करना शुरू किया है, और भेल ने एक टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप की है, इंडिजीनियस टेक्नोलॉजी है, जिससे कि हाईएस्ट कोल को जो भारत में प्रचुर मात्रा में उपलब्ध है उसको हम लोग केमिकल में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं। और इसके लिए एक MOU शीघ्र ही साइन हो जाएगा और फिर जॉइंट वेंचर बनाने का कार्य लिया जाएगा ताकि इस पर शीघ्र काम हो सके। पिछले बजट में माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने ये घोषणा की थी कि 4 ऐसे प्लांट को सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड किया जाएगा, फाइनेंशियल वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग प्रोवाइड की जाएगी, जिससे ये फाइनेंशियली वायबल हो जाए। और इस पर भी कोल इंडिया कार्य कर रहा है कि इस पर किस प्रकार से, जैसे ही इसकी डिटेल्ड पॉलिसी आएगी हम उस पर कार्य कर और इस पर किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ा जाएगा, इसके लिए रणनीति तय की जाएगी। हमारे लिए ये महत्वपूर्ण इसलिए भी है कि कोल आज नहीं तो 20 साल, 30 साल, 40 साल बाद इसकी उपयोगिता समाप्त होने वाली है, और उस स्थिति में जिन क्षेत्रों में कोयला है उन क्षेत्र के रहवासियों का क्या होगा, उस समय उस क्षेत्र के बारे में किस प्रकार से सोचा जाएगा, इस पर चर्चा करना भी आवश्यक हो गया है। और इस दृष्टि से कोल गैसिफिकेशन महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि यदि गैसिफिकेशन में कोल यूज़ होता रहा तो उन क्षेत्रों की आर्थिक गतिविधियां पूर्णतः समाप्त नहीं होगी, और उस पर डिपेंडेंट जो भी जनता है उनके लिए कोई ना कोई रोजगार का अवसर उत्पन्न होता रहेगा। तो इन सभी दृष्टि से कोल गैसिफिकेशन एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रयास है, लेकिन कोल गैसिफिकेशन में एक महत्वपूर्ण चैलेंज भी है। जो भी पेट्रोलियम से कोल गैसिफिकेशन होता है उसकी तुलना में इकोनॉमिक दृष्टि से कोल गैसिफिकेशन इज स्लाइटली कॉस्टली, लेकिन इसको तभी हम लोग इस चैलेंज को जीत पाएंगे यदि हम पॉलिसी मेकर्स, इन्वेस्टर्स, कोल इंडिया सभी मिलकर एक सामूहिक प्रयास करें, जिससे कोल को हम लोग केमिकल में कन्वर्ट कर पाए और सभी अपना अपना योगदान दें। सरकार हो सकता है पॉलिसी मेकर्स अपने तरफ से टैक्स से कुछ छूट दे, कोल इंडिया के पास जो भी रिसोर्सेस हैं उनको उपलब्ध कराया जा सके और इन्वेस्टर्स इसमें पार्टिसिपेट करें तो भारत के लिए कोल गैसिफिकेशन की एक बहुत स्ट्रांग स्टोरी बन सकती है। और ये कोई नहीं हो सकता, ऐसी स्थिति इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि चाइना में इस प्रकार का कार्य हो रहा है और उसको हम आसानी से रेप्लिकेट कर सकते हैं। भारत में प्रचुर मात्रा में कोल उपलब्ध है और इस रिसोर्स को उपयोग करना देश के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है। इस दृष्टि से ये वर्कशॉप बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। मैं पुनः आप सबका इस कार्यक्रम में स्वागत करता हूं और इस कार्यक्रम के पश्चात कोल गैसिफिकेशन में जो भी भागीदारी होगी उसके लिए आप सबका आह्वान करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
स्वागत संबोधन के लिए मैं अग्रवाल जी का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूं और बुलाऊंगी डॉक्टर A.K. जैन, सेक्रेटरी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कोल, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, फॉर द ओपनिंग एड्रेस।
Respected Minister, Petroleum, Mines, Coal and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Joshi, respected Shri Danve Patil, Minister of State for Rail, Mines and Coal, my colleagues, Pramod, Shri Rakesh Kumar, Shri Nagaraj, and friends. This is a technical session, and I'm happy to see such a large audience, because coal gasification has been in discussion for a long time. But so far we did not get the kind of response which we feel is the promise which this sector holds. CMD Coal India painted the big picture, and he's also mentioned how Coal India itself has come forward. In the normal routine affair, somebody who has the technology for coal gasification and who has the business appetite, has the money, should simply be coming to us and saying, please give me coal. Please give me assured supply of coal for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And I will get into the business of gasification and sell the gasification products at my business risk. Earlier, that was difficult because power sector needed a lot of coal and we could not satisfy them. But over the last 3 years, with the coming in of commercial mining, the captive blocks, the Coal India's own agenda, as I mentioned, they produced 622 million tons last year, and they hope to get to 1 billion tons by 23-24. So there will be plenty of coal available in the country. Renewable also is a very big target. So the pressure on CIL to give coal for power will diminish in the years to come. So now they can look at giving coal for other purposes. So that possibility is there today also. Coal India can give you linkages. Now, if somebody felt that Coal India will load its profit, or Coal India, I will be more efficient than Coal India. Private sector is often spoken to be. So if Coal India sells its coal for, let us say, 1200 rupees, you may feel, I can produce it at 800 rupees. So if you take a mine from me, then you can save that 400 rupees. If you take coal from Coal India, then you have to transport it to some location because their land was acquired under Coal Bearing Area Act, which did not allow private sector entry other than ancillary purposes. So coal transportation is very expensive. It's a bulky product. So in that situation also, having your own mine, putting up the own project made sense. Anyway, you will be glad to know that we recently, under the minister's dogged pursuit, personally with the Prime Minister, we have been able to get a dispensation that the lands available with Coal India and its subsidiaries acquired under Coal Bearing Area Act can now be used in partnership or with private sector for certain specified activities. That option has also only recently become available. So if you wanted to take your own mines, the number of mines that we are auctioning, and now Coal India's own mines. And one good thing which will now just comes to my mind, that with the Coal Bearing Area Act, recent, I think we haven't issued those orders so far, na? Jo bhi cabinet approval ka. So this is another news which you could share with everybody. The land use policy combined with that issued you. So maybe a copy can be circulated. It's on our website. So Pramod, that combined with the today morning's event actually is a game changer. So now Coal India can give you the mine. आप इन्हीं की माइन ले लीजिए और लैंड यूज पॉलिसी में उसी जमीन पे आप कोल गैसिफिकेशन और रिलेटेड प्रोजेक्ट्स भी लगा सकते हैं, थर्मल पावर प्रोजेक्ट लगा सकते हैं. So these reforms actually can have a multiplier effect. So as I was saying, you can take coal from Coal India, linkage, long term, set up a coal gasification project. You can take a mine. Now you can even take Coal India's mine. And you can even take Coal India's land. So when we started this activity 2-3 years back, there were very few interested investors. So there was a very, enthused foreign investor. He came and said, "Sir, I don't want to get into mining, and I don't even want the business risk. कि इसके जो projects बनेंगे, products, methanol, ethanol, DME, synthetic natural gas, मैं उसके marketing का risk भी नहीं लेना चाहता." तो हमने कहा चलिए ठीक है, we have to ground these projects somehow. So we requested Coal India and who came forward. तो ये जो 4 या 5 टेंडर इन्होंने आपको बताए, तो WCL का एक EIL का आई थिंक वो अभी टेंडर निकला नहीं है, मनोज अभी नहीं निकलने वाला है. तो दैट EIL is making the DPR and that will be offered for ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate, since you people are from this related sector, is in such short supply. Coal India खुद इसका बायर है. तो वो हाई ग्रेड कोल है, आई थिंक वो G7 G8 है आपका वो कोला, G11 दे रहे हो. सो इनके बाद लैंड भी है, कोल इंडिया बायर भी है, और ये BO में है, G9 है, आई रिमेंबर इट, अच्छा कोला था. कि आप उस पर प्रोजेक्ट लगाइए और ऑफ टेक की गारंटी इनको दे दीजिए. सो दैट इज वन प्रोजेक्ट. एक साउथ ईस्टर्न कोल फील्ड में शायद है महामाया माइंस में, वो यूरिया के ऊपर बेस्ड है, उसका टेंडर तो शायद निकल चुका है. दैट टेंडर इज आई थिंक आउट. एंड एक BHEL के साथ दे आर डूइंग नियर रांची, एंड बाकी ईस्टर्न कोलफील्ड लिमिटेड के 2 टेंडर्स हैं. सो दीज वर फ्रेम्ड कीपिंग इन माइंड द लाइकली risk perceived by some people who perceived that they didn't want to get into coal mining and they didn't want to get into marketing. So we de-risked you. So we will give you the coal on tolling basis and you set up your project and give back the product to us. So the bidding criteria would only be the conversion charges. So it is with this background that we thought we will do a investor conference since we were coming in the morning. But actually speaking, if you are a serious-minded player, you can get into one of these mines of Coal India and use their land to set up these projects. So the big picture is like this, that coal gasification technology is age-old. We all know it. 2 fertilizer projects, I think one at Nangal and another place, NFL was set up, Talcher. Now, the new project which is coming up at Talcher Fertilizer Limited is also based on coal gasification. China is gasifying 100 million tons. The Prime Minister made a statement when we did the commercial coal block launch that India will do 100 million tons of coal gasification by 2030. And let me give you another piece of news. We have received in writing an in principle acceptance by Ministry of Finance that for the first few projects, they will give us up to 20% VGF. So I was speaking to some of the people who are informed, they were saying कि इससे अच्छी और viable opportunity अब gasification के लिए नहीं हो सकती है. So it is the big picture is that methanol blending with petrol is Niti Ayog's commitment. इसके BIS standards भी declare हो चुके हैं. DME LPG में mix होती है. India, even though India is a net exporter, is an exporter of petroleum products. You are all aware these big refineries, your Rosneft and SR and Reliance, etc. Big exporter of petroleum products. But LPG में हम लोग short हैं. LPG में जब ये program आया, I think क्या उज्ज्वला, the other one, सब ये LPG वाला सर, उज्ज्वला. So India has become a huge importer of LPG. So इसका जो डाइमिथाइल ईथर निकलेगा वो LPG में मिक्स हो जाएगा. उसके लिए आपको जो प्राइस क्रूड के भाव पे बनती है, अभी जो क्रूड जिस तरह से $110 चल रहा है या $100, that price you can get for DME. And ammonia India needs whole lot of urea. अभी जो plant लगे हैं, जो 5 plant लगे हिंदुस्तान उर्वरक रसायन लिमिटेड और इनके, ये सब imported LNG पे लगे हैं. So you are going to get those prices. So ये जो products हैं, ये सब import dependent हैं India के. So the big picture is that the market, I think, is very good. The raw material is here. Technology, I'm told there are some people who will be speaking to you. इसके सारे EPC contractors India में ही हैं. In fact, बाहर भी जो plant लगते हैं, वो यही लोग जाके लगाते हैं. So this is the message which we wanted to give you, that the time is ripe and the government's commitment is there. So if anybody has a fear कि कोले का क्या future है, it is a clean coal technology. And we would like you to combine CCUS with it so that it becomes a completely carbon neutral project. So with this background, I think we have a host of experts who will speak to you. This is from the policy maker side. This is what we wanted to tell you. And if there's any more, conversations you need, Chairman Coal India and his team are here. I'm sure they'll be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jain, for the initial remarks that have set the tone of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, coal is one of the important sources of hydrogen apart from natural gas and renewable energy through gasification. Almost 100% of hydrogen produced in India is through natural gas. In accordance with the announcement made by the Honorable Prime Minister, the Ministry of Coal has prepared a mission document for 100 metric ton coal gasification by 2030 and has also constituted an expert committee to prepare a roadmap for coal to hydrogen. An interministerial task force has also been set up by the Ministry of Coal for implementation of the recommendation of the expert committee. We will now launch the report on roadmap for coal to hydrogen. I request the honorable ministers and all the esteemed dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly do us the honors. Please come together for a picture and let us hear a resounding of claps. Thank you, gentlemen. You may please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Shri Tushar Chakraborty, Associate Director with Deloitte, and he's also assisting as the team leader for the overall diversification initiatives and value addition initiatives for Coal India Limited in multiple areas. He has over 17 years of experience across mining and metals industry in business strategy and operations, technical and management consultancy. He has been instrumental in multiple strategic discussions over the last 1 year with Coal India Limited, top management, inter-ministries, multiple stakeholders across public and private firms, especially the Ministry of Coal. I will invite Shri Tushar Chakraborty, Associate Director, Deloitte, for a presentation on the road ahead for gasification in India.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, industry experts, ladies and gentlemen, a warm good afternoon. Well, I'll be talking about the points which Dr. Anil Kumar Jain and Shri Pramod Agarwal has just now mentioned in the initial conversation, that coal gasification or rather surface coal gasification is the future. And I would just like to substantiate that with few slides. Well, in the next 10 minutes, I'll be talking about surface coal gasification, the relevance, product potentials, also the market size. I'm also talking about the potentials in terms of what are the policies interventions which have come in this industry. I'll be talking about key stakeholders, like the sir has already mentioned. I'll be also talking about Coal India as a potential partner, snapshot of the SCG projects which are there, key enablers which are required for this industry, and potential model. Taking you to the first slide, which is talking about surface coal gasification and why we are talking about this. Well, on the one side of the story, we are importing LNG. I mean, LNG is getting imported at almost 5.8, 5.9 CAGR over the last 10 years, though the last 2 years the story is slightly different. But when we look at on the other side, where are we in terms of coal, which can be a potential substitute for this entire product? We are sitting on more than 300 billion tons of coal resource in this country. And we do have a very strong coal production. In fact, this year has been record production for Coal India. So we see that this is one area which can go ahead and substantiate this entire industry of imports and substitute this entire industry of imports. With that, the entire mission which Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned about 100 million tons of coal gasification by 2030 also stands pretty relevant. When we talk about coal gasification, we are also talking about certain products which are associated with this. The first thing is when we talk about synthesis gas, and then there are multiple first derivative products which come across, and then we talk about the second derivative products, which are typically the substitutes of, the second derivative products of methanol, ammonia, all these kind of areas. Well, I'm also highlighting some of these products which Coal India is looking ahead, like methanol, ammonia, urea, second derivative like ammonium nitrate, which is a focus area in the recent times. Apart from this, there are other derivatives, other products also, which industry is focusing on, like GSPL is focusing on iron reduction in the Rangul plant. In fact, NLC is targeting as lignite to methanol in the coming time. So there are a lot of traction which are happening in this industry in terms of products which are going across coal gasification. We are talking about certain products. I would just also like to talk about the rationale why we are going ahead with these products. Well, the entire list is like we are importing majority of these first derivative and second derivative products. But when we talk about methanol, ammonia, ammonium nitrate, we see in terms of methanol, we are importing almost 92% of our overall consumption. In terms of ammonia, which is again strategic, though we are importing 22% of it, but this is something which is also getting into the second derivative products like ammonium nitrate, which is going into the explosive industry. And we have heavy dependency on this particular area in terms of import again. So all these products give a lot of rationale for this industry to go ahead and develop in the coming time. This is the story in terms of setting up the rationale for the products or the overall project which we are talking about. But the next story is also about what is happening, what is the kind of ecosystem which is there in the country. Well, on this regard, I would definitely like to mention that Ministry of Coal has a very strong push towards coal gasification today. And they're typically looking at implementation of these projects, which is going to be in the coming time. The first initiative which has happened in the recent times, I would like to highlight that, which is National Coal Gasification Mission, which has very clearly articulated, it happened in September 2021, which very clearly articulated the entire roadmap for 2030. The second was preferential auction policy. I think Dr. Jain, even Honorable Minister, he was also mentioning in the conversation in this morning that almost 50% rebate will be given on the revenue share for the blocks which will be auctioned for coal gasification. The third is separate window, which has been created for auctions for long-term, more than 15 years kind of linkages, which will be given to private and public sector. And of course, you must have already learned that in the budget this year, Honorable Finance Minister has mentioned that 4 pilot projects for coal gasification would be there in the coming time. After that, Ministry has also done a post-budget webinar on coal gasification and how can we leverage or how can we get into this particular entire initiative and institutionalize it. So with that, the entire thing which comes down to what are the stakeholders which we have in the market today. Most of you are present today, and many of you must be looking at these things in the coming time. But the first set is when we are talking about the overall project owners. Who are project owners? Though we are talking about Coal India, but it's not the story only limited to Coal India. This can be anybody who is in the coal mining today. We can talk about NLC who are trying to get into this, GSPL already into it, Adani, Vedanta, NTPC, all these organizations can get into this entire set of coal gasification in the coming time and can make it big. The second thing would be who will be the off-takers, who are going to be the end users. Of course, the chemicals and petrochemical industries will be kind of targeting this. And they will be addressing this in the coming time in terms of explosive manufacturing, in terms of petroleum products, in terms of chemicals, like Pramod sir was mentioning about chemical industry getting into the medicine side. So there are a lot of options which are available in the market in terms of your end users and the kind of derivatives which you're targeting at. The third set is in terms of consultants and project implementers who are available in the country today and who are going to drive this. There are a lot of leading consultants who are there in the country today, like Dastur, EIL, PDIL. They're doing a lot of things in the country, even beyond what India is expecting in the coming time. Apart from this, when we talk about technology providers, we do have a lot of technology providers in the country, foreign technology providers as well as Indian technology providers. PHL is coming out with one. So a lot of traction in the area of the entire ecosystem which is going to support this industry. Talking about Coal India as such, why Coal India will be looking forward to this initiative? What is their motive going into this entire surface coal gasification? Apart from the bigger picture, which I have already explained, I would like to talk about specific initiatives or enablers for Coal India in this area. First thing, it's a forward integration. For a coal producer who is producing more than 622 million per year, it's definitely a forward integration and revenue generation source which can come up. The second would be the self-consumption potentials. With ammonium nitrate, which would be used for explosive manufacturing, that can be a product which can be self-consumed by Coal India. So that's also one area which is driving this kind of projects for Coal India today. Monetizing existing coal assets, raw material security is kind of provided. Of course, Coal India has their own coal, which can be directly used, and there will be pithead plants which will be envisaging on the coming time, and will be implementing those things. The fourth is basically cost of capital and equity investment. These projects are typically high capex, capital-intensive projects. So those kind of projects can only be developed by people who have a strong balance sheet. So Coal India definitely offers that. So that is something which can be leveraged. The second last is Maharatna status of Coal India. That will attract talent in the market because there are a lot of technicalities and expertise which would be also required in the coming time. And of course, leveraging the coal mining competency. That is also one area which would be required in the coming time. With that, I would like to give you a snapshot of the projects which are there with Coal India today and entire aspects which are highlighted here. I think Dr. Jain mentioned earlier about this. We're talking about SECL. SECL is looking at ammonia as their product. It will be a 0.72 MTPA project, which will consume around 1.35 million tons of coal per year. And this is mapped with Mahamaya coal mines, a pithead plant, which is kind of envisaged there. The second is ECL, where 0.66 million tons of methanol will be produced every year, again 1.35 million tons of coal, which would be required, and this will be supplied from Sonpur Bajari mines, which has been mapped as of now. Third is WCL, where ammonium nitrate is envisaged as of now, with 0.66 million tons of overall capacity, and around 0.8 million tons, which will be supplied from Niljai mines. And MCL feasibility studies are still under progress, but this is again mapped in Odisha, Lakhanpur region, where ammonium nitrate is targeted. Apart from this, there is one more project which is at an advanced stage, TFL, which is a JV between Coal India, GAIL, RCF, and FCIL. Well, this project is coming out with urea, and this will be MCL linkage, where the overall capacity size would be 1.27 million tons. And as I was mentioning earlier, apart from Coal India, there is one more story, which is NCL. They're thinking about lignite to methanol, which will be in Naveli region, which I am sure Rakesh sir would be talking about. So with that, we also need to look at what are the enablers for surface coal gasification. I'm just trying to touch upon some of the snapshot out of this. And the first is definitely a robust and time-bound fiscal incentive policy for this, because financial viability in terms of products, when we are comparing with imports, when we are comparing with natural gas route, we need to be competitive in that way. And I think just now Dr. Jain has mentioned a very strong point that there are a lot of incentives which have already been planned, around 20% rebates which will be given. So that's a big initiative which will be coming up. The second is in terms of allocation of earmarked land for development of pithead surface coal gasification. The way Coal India has thought, maybe the private and public sector will also have to think about pithead plants to reduce the cost, to come out with more inventories in terms of pithead inventories and utilizing them. So that would be the second point. The third is in terms of policies for methanol blending program. This has been in discussion, and definitely there are a lot of movements which are also going to happen there. Fourth would be assured offtake for coal-based chemicals by end users. I think that is very important that OEMs also participate here, and they give their assurance in terms of the products which are going to get produced domestically tomorrow. The fifth would be incentivize, or rather give incentives for revenue share for coal block auctions. I think Ministry of Coal has already taken a lot of initiatives here. I've already discussed, I'll not go into details of this particular point. And the last is separate auction window for coal from CIL. If these things are allocated and if there is some requirement for that, maybe Coal India will think on this particular aspects going forward as well. Finally, talking about what would be the potential model which will be coming out in terms of the financial incentives or the policy incentives which has been mentioned. What could be the overall model for this? It's still under discussions, and definitely all the points, all the feedbacks, all your suggestions would be definitely welcomed by Ministry of Coal and all the stakeholders who are sitting on dais or working on this particular initiative. The first model could be that it will be a capital grant, which is like before even starting of your product or your production, you'll be getting this in the BOO model or EPC or LSTK kind of a model. In terms of BOO or BOOT model, it will be basically grant in terms of a tripartite escrow arrangement which can be developed, or if it is like EPC or LSTK, the grant can be provisioned over the construction phase. The second model could be operational grant model, which is a typical PLI, which is already there in the market today on multiple other products, which is talking about BOO or BOOT model, in which you will have minimal viability cost in terms of the product which you are developing and the product which you will be importing. So if you do that, it will be only that amount, that incremental amount, which will be disbursed in the form of capital grant, or rather operational grant. The third could be a hybrid model between the two, where you also have capital grant and at the same time you have operational grant as well. So a combination of both. So there are multiple modalities which Ministry is thinking today. And as I said, all the suggestions would be welcome on this stage. And with that, I think I'll just end up my discussion. And I'm really thankful to all of you for patiently hearing me. Thanks a lot. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your strategic inputs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to have with us Shri Tuhin Mukherjee, Mentor FICCI Mining Committee and Advisor, Mineral Resources and Mining, Aditya Birla Group. Prior to joining the Aditya Birla Group as an advisor, he was MD of SL Mining and Industries Limited, Business Head of Mining and International Trading and Sector Head, Mineral Resource Development in the Aditya Birla Group. Prior to joining the Aditya Birla Group, he was Executive Director, JSW Steel Limited, began his professional career with the formerly Coal Mines Authority Limited, CMAL, Coal India Limited. He was also the MD of Barmer Lignite Mining Company, Jaipur, and Chairman of Ronek Coal Company Private Limited, Delhi. He was also on the board of several natural resources companies in India and overseas. I request Shri Tuhin Mukherjee, Mentor FICCI Mining Committee and Advisor, Mining Resources and Mining, Aditya Birla Group, for his address.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sri Prahlad Ji Joshi, Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, Government of India. Sri Rao Sahib Patil Ji Danve, Honorable Minister of State, Rail, Coal and Mines. Dr. Anil Jain, Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Coal. Mr. Pramod Agarwal, Chairman, Coal India. Mr. Nagaraju, Assistant Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Coal. Mr. Rakesh Kumar, Chairman, Nehru Lignite. Distinguished participants, media, and ladies and gentlemen. I think at the outset, I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Coal on behalf of FICCI, and also thank them for selecting FICCI to be with them today of a very bold step of launching a new avenue for coal utilization in the country. And this timing wouldn't have been more appropriate than today, when the world economy is experiencing a never-ending, tremendous pressure from international issues like total supply chain snarl, a nagging pandemics. There is then of late, the recent conflict between Russia and Ukraine, all have really given us a setback to the entire energy and food scenario. You are fully aware the price or cost of both food and energy has gone up by more than 50%, as that was 1 year ago. In India, we are all striving hard to get our independence on energy alone. We should be standalone. That's what our government has launched on Atmanirbhar in all front, but I'm focusing on energy today. And that in a scenario when we have sufficient amount of energy source, that is called, primarily today, we are dependent on solid fossil fuel, that is coal. All the speakers this morning and all the stalwarts sitting here, they're fully aware that what is the strength we have with us today. Having over 344 billion tons of coal resources, of which I think about 72% of the proved resources up to the 300-meter depth. Despite having that, speakers in the morning, even in the afternoon, they have pointed out again, we have to import some coal from the overseas sources. How do you use that? But the challenge remains in the coal, being dirty in some others' eyes. We in the industry, we are working with the government that how can you make the coal as a clean coal? How can you use as a cleaner source of energy? In that aspect, one of the alternative what globally has been accepted and proven is that if you can convert the coal instead of burning straight away, let's convert that coal, take out those green gases. As you are fully aware, the coal like us, high ash coal, in South Africa, they don't burn raw coal. They prepare all the coal. In India, we don't prepare the coal, simply crushing, and of late we are doing crushing and screening. But South Africa, they try to take out some coal at the washing stage itself. So let's try to minimize, make it more cleaner. Now days have come, we have to make clean coal. One of the aspects is the gasifications. If you can convert that coal into gas and use that. Now, coal is occurring as under the surface. Depth, as we have said, that Indian resources 344 billion tons up to a depth of 1,200 meters as of today, of which I think the majority is up to depth of 600 meters. Either we can gasify the coal where it is, in situ, what is normally known as the underground coal gasifications. So we don't have that vagaries of mining the coal from the depth, gasify there, take the gas out. The technology has proven, but economics is a challenge. The other route is take the coal out by conventional mining, then gasify. That is what we are debating today. And technology is known. Earlier speakers, they have all spoken about that. Technology is known. But economics is a challenge. How do we address that? From the industry point of view, we have been debating, discussing about this aspect of how to make it economically viable, commercially viable. Now, whenever we talk about gasifying a project, gasifying a coal as a commercial project, we got to have a right business model, and that starts with the valuation. What is the value of that project? A typical project, we create a business model and do the valuations, what you normally call the discounted cash flow. We know what is by revenue earning. In a gasification project, our challenge is what is by revenue and what is the defined time zone. Now, because gasification, if you prepare a gasifier, for a particular product like electricity, it has one type of revenue. It could be methanol, could be a combination of both, could be other. So that means my project should be such where my product can be shifted from one end to other end. I think all of you are aware. Quite a few of I could see some of the people, they're fully aware. There is a gasification plant in North Dakota in USA. They're burning brown coal, lignite, from early 90s. They have been running that mine, that particular plant very successfully for a brown coal converting electricity. Subsequently, they're converting to syngas to the power electricity. When the gas price of natural gas become very attractive, the plant become uneconomic, unviable. What did they do? They changed the product. Now they are what? And now they are what they're producing now? Ammonia, amorphous ammonia. And they're making money. So that means they can switch on, switch off. So today, if you go for a gasification plant here in India, if I have to do evaluation, then I have to think that in my mind. So that is one area we need to keep in our mind. That one thing is that we have so much of coal. And my objective is, my purpose is to use that coal to make it self-sufficient in energy. That means the main purpose is electricity. In that case, how do I use this coal? And what will be the technology? So this is the background. Other aspect is the value-added product, what Chairman Coal India rightly pointed out, for the chemicals. I think some of you must be aware, way back in late 80s, some of my ex-Coal India colleagues, they must be knowing, Coal India has that time put away a plant in Dankuni called LTC plant. They want gasifying that. We tried that time chemicals. That we have learned a lot of experience from there. Similarly, Coal India, I mean CMPDI and ONGC, they started, I think Mr. Balian is here, I could see him. We started CMPDI and ONGC underground gasification in Mehsana, when I happened to be that time one of the team members way back in 90s. We went far ahead. Subsequently, there were some challenges. So we have the inner strength. Time has come, and Ministry of Coal has taken the right decision right now. We need to get up and this is our purpose, and we have to get it achieved. On that, let's work out, be it our electricity or methanol or both the product. Now, to achieve that, from the industry and from FICCI side, what we thought, there are a couple of our submissions to Honorable Minister, Ministry of Coal, that the technology is evolving process. We got to have internal infrastructure by which the technology should be perfected, trained, and create tomorrow's skilled manpower. That means the scientists, we have the infrastructure, a lot of institute here. They have been doing they are doing such work in a small scale that needs to be consolidated. And the young scientists can join there, work on this particular aspect that is called simply producing clean coal, how to use clean coal. That means if need be, we may have to create a separate organizations called clean coal, what you call it, institute, company, whatever you call it. This objective is just used for that purpose. And that needs a government support or infrastructure so that they are focused on that line. We used to have earlier CFRI. Now it has merged with CMRI and new name is SIMFAR like that. But there's got to be a clean coal institute somewhere. They will focus on to handle how to harness energy from 344 billion tons of coal. Second is that our submission will be on that line, that having the technology perfected and upgraded, the investors should get motivated by which they come forward. For that would be some incentive. I am not, please correct me, one of the power plant in Mississippi or somewhere in USA, they had signed an agreement with the power plant for 30 years contract on a fixed rate. 30 years contract for supplying the power, coal-fired electricity for the fixed rate. I think I am not up to date on that, what is the current status now. So there are capital tax incentive. Whatever capital you're investing on the such project, you get some incentive. So these are the areas where the investor can come forward. Alongside, I think what we need to also continuously pursue to explore the other aspect of underground coal gasifications. Technology is proven, economics is always challenging. We got to perfect the technology. And for our deeper deposits, we got to try that. For that, we have to also start proving the coal resources beyond 600 meters. Whatever the coal resources today is all up to 600 meters. We have to continue deep drilling to prove those coal beyond that depth. And next step will be then coal to oil. So these are, because once this clean coal institute comes up, the technology for surface gasification, I think this morning Mr. Balian has rightly pointed out, gasifier is a broad generic term, it's not only syngas. If you take that forward, thereafter this institute will be doing the further research work and create the infrastructure for this harnessing these 344 billion tons of coal. Alongside, they also do the research work for the underground coal gasifications. So this is the way I would like to, on behalf of the industry, on behalf of the FICCI, again, I would like to thank Ministry of Coal for taking this initiative. And we are with you, sir, always there. And we will try to be with you and take it forward the way you want us to do. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Definitely, this engagement will strengthen the private investment in coal industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we have eminent industry captains with us this afternoon. We would like them to share their expertise and experience on today's topic with us. Shri Rakesh Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director, NLC India Limited, a commerce graduate with master's degree in business administration in finance. He joined NLCIL in May 2012 as Director Finance. Prior to this, he was Director Finance of Brahmaputra Polymers and Crackers Limited and has several years of experience working with projects and assignments of national importance with exposure in various functions of management, administration, and finance. Shri Rakesh Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director, Neyveli Lignite Corporation Limited. Sir.
माननीय मंत्री कोयला खान और संसदीय मामलों के राज्य मंत्री श्री राव साहेब दानवे जी, रेल, कोल एंड माइंस, सचिव महोदय, अध्यक्ष कोल इंडिया श्री प्रमोद अग्रवाल जी, मेरे कलीग अपर सचिव नागराजू जी, मेरे सभी साथीगण जो इंडस्ट्री से यहाँ पर इस प्रेस्टिजियस इवेंट में पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए आए, और मीडिया के दोस्त, सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये आज सुबह सबसे पहले तो डिसकंटिन्यूड और क्लोज्ड माइंस को वापस लाने की एक बहुत ही अच्छी कोशिश, इनिशिएटिव जो कोल इंडिया ने लिया, और हमें भी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला इसको समझने का, एक नए मॉडल पर इनको लॉन्च करने का। और जो अब देश के सामने एक ध्येय रखा है प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 100 मिलियन टन को गैसीफाई करने का, उस दिशा में हम भी बहुत ही एक्टिवली आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म आज ये जो वर्कशॉप है, इसमें भाग लेने के लिए मौका मिला, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, और बहुत ही एप्रोप्रिएट टाइम था इसको यहाँ ऑर्गेनाइज करने का। हमें मालूम है कि देश में कोयले के जो रिजर्व्स हैं 323 बिलियन टन, और अभी मैं इस रिपोर्ट में पढ़ रहा था कि 147 साल तक चलेंगे। कोयला जो है वो आगे आने वाले टाइम में इसकी खपत बढ़ेगी। 1 बिलियन टन का ध्येय हमारे सामने है जो हमें 2 साल में ही पूरा करना है, और आने वाले टाइम में इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ेगी। जिस तरह से कोयले के इतने बड़े रिजर्व्स हमारे देश में हैं और उसको अब अच्छे ढंग से, एक एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली ढंग से गैसिफिकेशन मोड पे अब यूज़ करने की एक बहुत बड़ी मुहिम चला दी गई है, वैसे ही लिग्नाइट जो कि कोयले का छोटा भाई है, इसमें जो कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू है वो 2400 से 2800 के कैलोरी होती है, ज़्यादा नहीं होती है कोयले की तरह। हम उस पे काम कर रहे हैं। हमारी जो खदानें हैं तमिलनाडु में, उसके ऊपर पावर जनरेशन के प्लांट्स काफ़ी टाइम से चल रहे हैं। 1956 से हम लोग इसमें लगे हुए हैं। तो अब आने वाले टाइम में देखा जाए तो लिग्नाइट के रिजर्व्स भी देश में 46 बिलियन टन है और हर साल खपत होती है 50 लाख टन, 50 मिलियन टन। तो उस हिसाब से लिग्नाइट के लिए भी काफ़ी अच्छा भविष्य है गैसिफिकेशन के बिजनेस स्ट्रीम में। तो इन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए हमने भी एक प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट किया। लिग्नाइट में थोड़ी कुछ अच्छी संभावनाएं हैं, क्योंकि इसमें जब हम देखते हैं गैसिफिकेशन, तो गैसिफिकेशन भारत में 2 बड़े चैलेंजेस फेस करती रही है। एक तो टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ एक सर्टेनिटी होनी चाहिए कि हाँ टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी प्रूवन हो, उसमें क्योंकि भारतवर्ष में जो कोयला है उसमें ऐश कंटेंट थोड़ा ज़्यादा है और उसको कैसे हैंडल किया जाए, दैट वाज ए चैलेंज। दूसरा फाइनेंशियल वायबिलिटी, जैसे तुषार जी ने भी बोला कि वायबिलिटी एक क्वेश्चन मार्क है, लेकिन अगर हम मेथनॉल की मार्केट देखें तो 25 लाख टन आता है इंडिया में यूज़ होता है, जिसमें से 2 या 3 लाख टन ही देश में बनता है, बाकी सब इंपोर्ट होता है। और जब हम बढ़ रहे हैं भारत को एक आत्मनिर्भर देश बनाने की दिशा में, तो इसको यहाँ पर गैसिफाई करना और मेथनॉल मैन्युफैक्चर करना एक बहुत ही अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है, एक एट्रैक्टिव प्रोपोजिशन है और उस पर हम काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन लिग्नाइट में जब हम देखते हैं तो ऐश कंटेंट बहुत ही कम है, 3 से 7% ही, जिससे लिग्नाइट की गैसिफिकेशन एक बेहतरीन टेक्निकल प्रोपोजिशन है। और लिग्नाइट के रिजर्व्स हमारे पास अवेलेबल हैं ऑलरेडी, हमारे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है। हम लोग पहले फर्टिलाइज़र प्लांट भी चलाते रहे हैं, तो उस हिसाब से हमारे कंपनी में ऐसे लोग हैं जो इस प्रक्रिया को जानते हैं। तो इन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए हमने एक लिग्नाइट टू मेथनॉल प्रोजेक्ट को लॉन्च किया है। उसका DFR बन चुका है, PDIL से हमने DFR बनवाया है और अभी रिसेंटली इंजीनियर्स इंडिया लिमिटेड को हमने PMC अपॉइंट करके उस पर हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। ये प्रोजेक्ट जो है करीब 4,400 करोड़ रुपए का है एस्टिमेटेड, और इसकी कैपेसिटी 4 लाख टन पर एनम है, जो कि करीब थोड़ा 2 मिलियन टन से थोड़ा ज़्यादा लिग्नाइट यूज़ करके हम बनाएंगे। और जैसा कि हमें मालूम है कि मेथनॉल की मार्केट साउथ और वेस्ट में 90% ऑफ द कंजम्पशन इज़ टेकिंग प्लेस। सो हम लोग जो हैं दक्षिण भारत में होने के वजह से हमें एक एडवांटेज रहेगा कि हम मेथनॉल की मार्केट आराम से कर पाएंगे। इस प्रोजेक्ट का टेक्नोलॉजी ऑलमोस्ट ईयरमार्क कर लिया गया है और हम लोग जल्दी ही इसका टेंडर फ्लोट करेंगे और इसको 42 महीनों में कंप्लीट करने की कोशिश करेंगे। जैसा कि आप सबको मालूम है कि एनएलसी इंडिया लिमिटेड जो है बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ रही है, प्रोग्रेस कर रही है, ग्रो कर रही है। हम लोगों ने पहले ही 6000 मेगावाट से ज़्यादा पावर जनरेशन की कैपेसिटी अचीव कर ली है और माइनिंग भी हमारा अभी 50 मिलियन से ज़्यादा कैपेसिटी हो गई है। तो सोलर में भी हमारी जो 1400 मेगावाट का रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी है, जिसमें 1370 मेगावाट का सोलर ऑलरेडी हमारा सेटअप किया हुआ है और अब हमें विश्वास है कि हम इस प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर काम करके इस बड़े ध्येय में अच्छे से कंट्रीब्यूट कर पाएंगे और बहुत जल्दी ही हम रिजल्ट देंगे। धन्यवाद।
Shukriya, Rakesh Kumar ji. Next is Shri Athanu Mukherjee, President and CEO, MN Dastoor and Company Private Limited. He has been providing consulting services globally for the metals, mining, and energy industries in areas such as strategy, technology, engineering, operations, and finance. He collaborates with national and international metals and mining companies on industrial strategy, asset restructuring, and core sector policy. Has been working with the US Department of Energy and the Government of India on policy, technology transfer, and economics of coal gasification and related carbon capture mechanisms for power, steel, oil, petrochemical, and chemical industries. He also advises international private equity firms in energy and related businesses in the North of America. I invite Shri Athanu Mukherjee, President and Chief Executive Officer, MN Dastoor and Company Private Limited.
Thank you very much. Respected Minister Shri Prahlad Joshi, respected Minister of State, Mr. Madhavrao, Mr. Ike Jain, Secretary, Mr. Nagaraju, Assistant Secretary, and Mr. Pramod Agarwal, Chairman of Coal India Limited, along with, of course, Mr. Rakesh, CMD of Namely Lignite Corporation. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we think are some of the practical aspects of coal gasification in a country like India, given the challenges that we have in terms of coal gasification from a technology, operations, business model perspective, and also look at how some of the international learnings and international experiences that we have can be potentially applied in terms of looking at how we go ahead with coal gasification implementation in India. So, is this the one? Yeah, okay. So I think a couple of points to anchor the discussion. One is that, how do we get the business model? And to look at the business model, I think it's important to look at how do we shape the end product markets. And so when you look at end product markets, you've got to look at multiple products, because all of these products that can be produced from coal gasification has got a lot of volatility. There's chemical markets, so it's iron and steel markets. So the idea of being able to come to an appropriate business model has got to do with flexibility of design of the coal gasification plant, has got to do with multiple products to provide you the right kind of cash flows and right kind of profitable and stable operations. That's fundamental, because if you bet everything on one single product, the likelihood that you're not going to have a viable model in the long term is very, very high. So the design of the product portfolio to create the right kind of model for technology and operations with the right premiums of value across different products with the right volatilities is going to be critical in terms of determining what kind of coal gasification product model should you have for going forward. That's point number one. Second, I think, is that we need to look at how do we get the technology. So, there have been a lot of research out here in India, which is, I think, very good in terms of coal gasification technology. But the fact of the matter is, coal gasification, as Dr. Jain correctly mentioned, is a very old technology. It has been there for decades. It was developed by US DOE in 1980s. Gasification technology for high ash coals has been there for quite some time. So the question is not so much how do we reinvent technology, but more of how do we take these technologies and scale them up, right, in a period of time which makes sense. So I think what's more important is technology transfer and how do you do accelerated commercial adoption. I think that's the focus that we need to have. And of course, we need to have innovation to extend the technology further in biomass and other such areas. I think the second point is important from a perspective of how you really realize the Prime Minister's vision in an accelerated period of time by 2030. Otherwise, the time becomes a big problem in terms of accelerated deployment at scale. I think one of the things that we need to understand from a perspective of sustainability is to really look at how do we capture the carbon dioxide that coal gasification generates. Everything said and done, coal gasification does generate carbon dioxide. The question is, can we abate that CO2 in a manner which is effective and in a manner which can be managed? And so I think carbon capture and disposition is an essential part of gasification. And I think people talked about business models in terms of PPP and BOO models. For viability, that certainly should be looked at. And I think finally, in terms of the right kind of policy and government support is essential for driving these things forward. So I think those are key 5 points we believe are going to be essential in terms of moving coal gasification in the right direction from a commercial adoption and scale perspective in India. If you look at, based on some of our experience, the kind of model we might look at, so you get this coal gasifier, and you get this intermediate, this is methanol. Methanol by itself may not necessarily give you the right kind of business model. However, the derivatives of methanol, like a MEG, like an acetic acid, like methanol to olefins, which substitutes a lot of crude, for example, may be useful. Similarly, hydrogen, which is just released today, the report was released today, I think is a very effective carrier which is very economically produced through gasification with capture. So combination of methanol and hydrogen to derive new products and create that portfolio of products for the gasifier becomes extremely important for driving the competitiveness, right, and the viability of the solution. So here's an example where you're talking about, look at the price volatility of the different products from MEG to MTO, and look at the addressable market space. Look at hydrogen. Hydrogen not just for producing chemicals, and hydrogen not just for producing or piping it through or mixing with LNG, but more so for generating power. So people talk about IGCC. IGCC is not exactly very efficient in our experience. You would probably go to hydrogen-based power systems. So you convert coal to hydrogen and hydrogen to power to support your renewable baseload. And that can be made very competitive over time, given the way technology is moving. So if you look at a combination of a plant, which is basically utility from hydrogen-based power, which generates cash flows which are kind of normal, and then you got this volatile, what you call mixes, which have got quite a bit of what you call bump in them, but they give you the right mix to give you the right profitability. You can have a business model which makes sense in terms of what a gasification plant should look like. So I think that's the first thing that people should look at in terms of how you design a coal gasification plant-based products which make sense for the markets. And then you can over that fill in what kind of viability gaps are there, what kind of subsidies you want to give. But this is fundamental in terms of designing a coal gasification-based system. So I think I thought I'll just talk about that a little bit based on our experiences across other plants. And I think Tuhin also talked about it on the Dakota plant where, you got a multiple product portfolio, and those are the ones that work. I think I just want to mention that technology transfer is essential for commercial adoption, accelerated commercial adoption. We got 10 years. In 10 years, you got to go to 100 billion tons. That's a tall order. You cannot do that by just developing technology out here when there's technology available outside. So here's something that we are doing, and others should also probably do. GTI is one of the technologies from US, and it's fluidized technology. And the idea essentially is to do the technology transfer and then do the process design engineering and manufacturing and EPC in India, right? And then develop and improve that over time so that eventually you totally take the technology out from US, from the GTI, into the premises where it makes more sense. And that will be much more cost-effective and much more viable, much more practical in terms of taking you into the numbers that you're talking about, right, in a period of time which makes sense. So I think technology transfer model to evolve yourself into a practical, scalable implementation across multiple sites over a compressed period of time is probably a one way to go. And I think I talked about carbon capture and storage. It is important to understand that we would need to capture carbon dioxide, okay, to make this viable. If you want to, and we're working with Niti Aayog on this in terms of how to do the CO2 policy, CO2 capture policy. Based on our experience, we find that you have three phases: CO2 purification, compression, transport, and these are the costs, which is a cost. You have got to take that cost into account through either subsidies or some mechanism of taxes. But if you take this cost and do the capture, you can do a couple of things. You can do biological conversion into chemicals, conversion to carbonates, conversion for manufacturing oil through EOR. And so putting a model for CO2 capture and storage, right, is going to be important for really driving clean coal gasification. Because without that, you will emit CO2, pretty large numbers of CO2. Every ton of hydrogen, for example, emits 20 tons of CO2. Every ton of methanol produced emits 2.7 tons of CO2. So these are hard numbers, but capturing the CO2 is easy if you put a corresponding mechanism in place at scale. So I think this is something that we need to address as we move forward. I think people talked about this. I'll just kind of like move ahead from this. But essentially, policy support is going to be essential to make gasification happen at scale. And a couple of things we talked about, maybe a PPP-based demonstration plants, because these are very thin markets. You want to make these markets thick. And whenever the markets are thin, you want to make them thick, you need to have some kind of policy support, which is in capital support, operation support, or in terms of support, in terms of PLI or products. So demonstration plants is one. Loan guarantee program. And I'm stealing this from US, but you want to look at that. Essentially what you do is you say that, hey, I am a company which wants to set up a coal gasification plant, but I don't get access to capital. But to get access to capital, if you have a loan guarantee provided by a sovereign guarantee bond, then the access to capital becomes much easier, right? And the cost of capital comes down, and the project becomes mostly viable. So these are some of the things that you can look at, and of course, combined with carbon capture policy and incentives that people talked about, M15 blending incentives, PLI incentives, and cap subsidies could be looked at in terms of looking at how you derive a comprehensive policy, which drives gasification forward in terms of large-scale adoption at large scale. And I think it's just an example, finally, I wanted to give you in terms of one of the plants that we're doing. How would this look like, right? So here's a plant where we're talking about G4 grade coal, 2 MTPA approximately, and what you produce out here is not single product. You produce a combination of here, in this case, acetic acid, MEG, for example, from methanol, not just methanol, and you produce hydrogen, which drives the power plant, right? And if you combine all these things and look at the overall economics with the volatilities and the flexibilities, you will see that at about 9,000 crores, mota investment, you're talking about a fair EBITDA and a fair ROI. So being able to design such what you call models of plants is probably going to be essential for you to move a viable model for gasification across in the country. So I think with that, I will just end my comments, and I look forward to any questions that you all have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee. Next, we have Shri Ashish Bhandari, Managing Director and CEO, Thermax. Prior to joining Thermax, he was Vice President, India and South Asia region at Baker Hughes, formerly a GE company. He joined GE in Houston, USA, and then relocated to Gurgaon. He's credited with building GE Oil and Gas into one of GE's biggest businesses in India, and for the successful integration of Baker Hughes and GE Oil and Gas during a time of significant transition. His prior work experience includes Schlumberger Consulting with McKinsey & Company and 2 startups overseas. Completed his Bachelor of Engineering, Electrical Engineering from the IIT Mumbai and Masters in Business Administration from Duke University. Shri Ashish Bhandari, Managing Director and CEO, Thermax.
Very good afternoon to everyone present out here. And especially to the dignitaries that are on stage. Minister of Coal and Mines, Shri Prahlad Joshi, Minister of State, Shri Rao Saheb Patil Danwe, Coal Secretary, Shri A.K. Jain, Additional Secretary, Shri Nagaraju, CIL CMD, Mr. Pramod Agarwal, and Neyveli Lignite CMD, Shri Rakesh Kumar. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be on stage. Some of these initial slides I'll run through relatively quickly. We know the story. India without coal cannot fill its energy needs. And India's energy needs are only going to increase by most accounts. And I've used the BP Energy Outlook, but by any outlook that you see, even in 30 years, 20 years from now, 50% of India's energy basket will come from coal. So the question is not how do you work without coal, the question is how do you make coal cleaner? Yeah, and so, and neither one is an option. We need coal and we need coal to become cleaner. So where does clean coal technology come from? The path to clean coal technologies, as many already have mentioned, is through coal gasification and carbon capture. And both of those things are required. They're both necessary conditions for coal to become clean. I'll take the first one because that is the topic of discussion today, which is coal gasification. And specifically within coal gasification, the question of high ash Indian coal. And that is a very, very important point because as Mr. Chakrabarti was also sharing of all the things that are happening, there is one aspect which got left out, which was the aspect of technology. I strongly feel that the West will not support India on coal technology because the West has moved on from coal. Yeah, where India's future still lies with coal, we don't have natural gas. And on the other side, you have China, which has developed coal gasification technology quite a bit by itself. So India has to figure out its own coal gasification technology, and that is absolutely possible, and we have done so. Thermax has worked on high ash Indian coal, and right now at our plant, we are running on a pilot plant 50% high ash coal and variety of other different coal categories as well. And as has been talked about, this particular, after you gasify the coal, you can take it through various different avenues to convert coal to chemicals. In our plant, we have converted it into methanol, but in 6 months, we could convert it into hydrogen, ammonium nitrate, whatever else that is needed at the pilot scale at which it has been developed. I completely agree that it also needs carbon capture to come with it. Carbon capture is an evolving technology. The good thing about carbon capture is there are multiple countries. Even today, there are at least half a dozen technology areas within carbon capture and maybe 30, 40 companies globally working because carbon capture is a global problem. Coal is an India problem. And so coal gasification also as a solution will have to be looked at from an India lens. I won't spend, and this is won't make it technical, but would like to share that the global technologies that have worked on coal gasification have all been working on primarily entrained flow. And not to bore you with the details, but in our opinion, fluidized bed is the right technology to go for. Thermax, we've been burning things for 50 years and we are good at it. And in this particular case, we have developed the gasifiers as part of a DIST funding. So the funding in the technology and the work is not Thermax's, it's actually India's and Government of India's in partnership with IIT Delhi. We always thought that fluidized bed was the right technology to go for, and that is the technology on the basis of which we have worked this. Fluidized bed for high ash Indian content coal has significant advantages. All of it starts with the temperature at which the whole process works. So at 1,000 degrees, it limits slag formation, ultimately requires less oxygen, and then gives you better refractory life and a lot of other advantages to the process itself. This is what we have already. Yeah? So the picture that you see, Gen 1, Gen 2, and then finally Gen 3, it's a pilot plant, but it's a proper plant. Yeah? You can go out there. It's a 6-story building, which is at our plant in Pune, and it's producing, converting 6 tons of coal into 1 ton per day of methanol. And in all of our offices, we have a small bottle, which is based on the methanol that we have produced from high ash coal in India and operating as we speak. And not only that, in the plant that we have developed, every bit of this is homegrown. Yeah, and especially the technology on the gas separation and the gasification technology, which is the bubbling bed, fluidized bed technology. Not only that, the gas cleanup, which also is a non-trivial task. The gas that you get out of gasification, to be able to take it into any process that requires catalysis or anything else, requires significant cleaning. And in this particular case, the entire cleaning technology has been developed in-house, the scrubbers, the gas beds, the absorbers, all of it. So in that sense, we are quite proud that the technology, once developed, scaling up, understanding all the elements of cost, how do you improve the efficiency, all of it, we understand it brick by brick and metal piece by metal piece. What happens next? And this is where I'm lost and I need help, because we are a technology player. We are not a developer of projects, whether it be technology for biomass or technology for waste to energy, absorption, chilling, water, heating, whatever it is. Thermax is a technology provider, and we would love to, we don't mind putting our money at risk. But as a technology company, the amount of money we can put at risk is 50, 100 crores. Any decent sized plant at scale will require several thousands of crores. Yeah, by our means, anywhere from 5,000 crore to 15,000 crores, depending on what is needed. That plant can come up 5 years from now. Our request is that we should look at, and that's how China did. China did maybe 10 plants of the 50 to 300 TPD range before it went to the scale above. And the jump from 1 TPD or to 50 TPD is 1 TPD of methanol, which is much more in terms of the tons of coal that is running, is not a risk on technology. The risk is actually more on cost. Yeah, there are multiple elements that you have in terms of improving, understanding the metallurgy that you have in the plant, understanding the efficiency that you get ultimately, and to be able to try and perfect that technique, you do need an intermediate size plant before you go to a full scale 2,000 to 3,000 tons per day plant. At a 2,000 to 3,000 tons per day plant, the plant is commercially viable. At 50 tons per day, it is not commercially viable. But at least we don't think that you can get to 2,000 to 3,000 tons per day without doing this intermediate step. And this intermediate step, we would be ready to put up a plant within 2 years based on technology, which is, as I said, entirely ours. And the request is to find a way to help us connect the dots to get there. Yeah, and converting this into any of the end mechanisms, whether it be hydrogen, ammonium nitrate, ethanol, or through fermentation into ethanol, or through catalytic processing into methanol, all of those are options that are available and possible. So that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhandari. Now we have Mr. Jayan Parimal, CEO, Petrochemical Adani Enterprises Limited. Mr. Parimal is an IS officer of the 1989 batch. He did his BE in Electrical Engineering from MNIT Allahabad and CFA from ICFAI Hyderabad, Masters of International Law and Economics from World Trade Institute Bern, and LLB from the Gujarat University. Worked in various capacities with Government of Gujarat and Government of India till 2006. He joined the Adani Group as Chief Executive Officer looking after the renewables business, and now CEO Petrochemical Adani Enterprises Limited. Prior to that, he was president at Reliance Industries Limited. Mr. Param.
Good afternoon, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Honorable MOS, Secretary Cole, other dignitaries at the dais, my friends from industry, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of great pleasure to be amongst you to discuss how to make India more Atmanirbhar, especially in energy, petrochemical, chemical, etc., through various routes. We are all very happy to note that Government of India is very committed to make ourselves Atmanirbhar, and the emphasis on Atmanirbhar has become even more important today when we see the whole hog disruption in supply chain after the Ukraine-Russia war or even COVID. As earlier people have mentioned that we are devoid of other modes of hydrocarbon, which is oil and gas. The only viable alternative for us is coal. And China is also in similar situation, and they have fruitfully utilized all their coal resources to make themselves fairly independent on the energy side, petrochemical side, and chemical side. Honorable Minister, sir, I am happy to inform you that, as Adani Group has got a lot of exposure on coal side, both power, mining, etc. Recently, we have taken a big leap of faith, not through gasification route. We are setting up a 2 million ton coal to PVC plant, of which the execution has already started, where we are fixing the carbon present in coal and converting the color of carbon from black to white. And this will be the largest PVC plant in India. And we are right now importing 2.5 million tons of PVC. And this plant, when fully completed, will be able to wipe out the 60-70% of the more than 70% of the deficit of India. This technology is using carbide route, fairly commonly used in China. So we got inspired by that. All that's not through gasification route, but through carbide route. But what I'm trying to tell you is that we are fully committed to Atmanirbhar, and we all know that coal is a route to achieve this, and we are using coal and fixing it in a polymer and making it into PVC. So we are going to wipe out the import dependency up to 80% of Indian imports. So although I have a lot of slides, most of them have been covered by the previous speakers, so I'll straight away go to some of the recommendation stuff which I believe are relevant in our case. The government is committed to give some preference on the pricing side for coal, which is to be utilized for gasification, but that may not be enough. Similarly, Coal Secretary mentioned that now the policy has been changed, where not only you can take the mine, but you can also utilize that land for setting up the downstream gasification and other stuff, which is very good, because then it expedites your project execution. But the problem is demand. Some 2-3 projects you mentioned which are being bid out, which is very good, but try to understand the price of the product which comes out through gasification is fairly expensive compared to the imported stuff. The Talcher urea plant which you are mentioning, I am told that Government of India, as a special case, is approving 32,000 rupees per ton as the urea price for Talcher project. It is a joint venture of multiple PSUs. It was easy for government to do it, but try to understand that is $410 per ton. If you take out this upheaval of last 6 months or 1 year, internationally urea was being imported in India at less than $300 or at max $350 per ton. So you are giving, recognizing the thing that at times if we want to do Atmanirbhar, we will have to support the industry and we'll have to give them some extra cash. And that is what exactly you did in Talcher. So what I'm trying to tell you is that demand has to be created for all the downstream products, especially methanol and the derivatives, and we cannot be left to compete with the imported methanol, and especially keeping in mind that now we have a lot of free trade. We had a 7.5% import duty on methanol, but now the Government of India has signed a free trade agreement with Middle East, and then now the things will be imported literally free of import duty. So the one good way of providing support to the domestically manufactured methanol is to allow blending into petrol and diesel, and only allow the domestically manufactured methanol to be blended and not the imported stuff. This is being done in bioethanol. The government is committed to do 20% biomethanol in petrol, they're already achieving 10%, and incremental 10% is being achieved by mandatory blending into gasoline. Secretary Cole mentioned that already BIS regulations are there for 10-15% blending of methanol into petrol. But when we met MOPNG, they said that whatever blending quota was there, it has already been utilized by bioethanol. So methanol blending in gasoline, they are not very sure whether it can work. But what parallelly as a group we have done in consultation with Ashok Leyland is that we are working, we have already proven that you can put 20% methanol in diesel without doing anything with the engines of the HSD-driven trucks. So biggest problem in India is that we have a lot of HSD. We are consuming some 35 odd million tons of HSD. If we replace even 20% of that by domestically manufactured methanol, which is coming from gasification route, we are looking at a huge market. So that will give us a big support. So what I would request the Secretary Cole, that apart from what support he is giving from his ministry, which is in terms of allocation of coal or land, if at all your good offices could be used through Niti Aayog and others to allow us blending, mandatory blending on the diesel side to create a 6.4 million tons equivalent, diesel equivalent demand for domestically manufactured methanol, something similar to what bioethanol is being blended into in petrol. Government of India does not allow any imported bioethanol to be blended in petrol. Something similar will have to be done, that in this blending program, the imported methanol cannot be done. Similar programs will have to be done even in case of DME, which you referred. So that, only domestically produced stuff. So if you give us demand, assured demand, a group like us who have got presence in mining, presence in manufacturing, will be very happy to do that. We are seriously looking at gasification. We have done the entire value chain analysis. We have seen how the Chinese are doing, and we will be willing to look at seriously to set up, large 1.7 million ton equivalent methanol plants based on gasification, provided these 2-3 market assurances are provided. Because you will appreciate the PSU projects are very transparent projects. You are aware of that. This Talcher project, which I told you, even that 32,000 which they have been fixed, it is giving them an equity return of, I believe, not more than 12% equity IRR. And normally the private sectors who have access to capital at far higher cost will be willing or seeking a little more return compared to their PSU counterparts. So we believe that the methanol blending and DME blending and all this stuff, if you make something mandatory, it will create a huge market, and several million tons of such downstream things can be produced, and we as a group are committed to that. Whatever was commercially viable, which is coal to PVC, we have already done it, and we are seriously looking at this value chain, and I am sure with Honorable Minister being here, we will definitely be able to convince him to do some more policy changes, which will enable people like us and our counterparts to take up several million ton projects based on coal, and making India a bit more Atmanirbhar as far as the downstream polymer and chemicals and petrochemicals are concerned. So I take this opportunity to thank FICCI for organizing this event, inviting people like us to present our views, and I am sure with such kind of interaction, industry interaction, we will, contribute our might in making India far more Atmanirbhar compared to what we are today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parimal. And the last speaker from the industry is Shri Dipankar Sengupta, Technical Advisor, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. He has done his BTech Chemical Engineering from REC Durgapur and MTech Chemical Engineering from IIT Madras. Has 44 years of process engineering, project engineering, operations, and technical services experience in natural gas, naphtha-based mega fertilizers, ammonia, urea, methanol, methanol-based chemicals and petrochemicals, iron and steel, CG and CTL companies in India and abroad, namely IFCO, Zuari, Chambal Fertilizers, SRF, JSPL, SABIC, and Kemanol in Saudi Arabia, and many more. He has spent last 14 years in CG-CTL project, communications, and plant improvements since inception in JSPL as Executive Vice President. Now, Technical Advisor for new coal gasification projects, DRI, methanol, ammonia, green H2, green steel, carbon dioxide, carbon capture, and conversion projects. I invite Shri Dipankar Sengupta, Technical Advisor, Jindal Steel and Power Limited.
Respected and honorable dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Since this is the last session, so I would be quick. Many people have to catch their flights early. Coal gasification. Before I start the presentation, let me tell you that at Jindal Steel, our motto is, let's do it. And we have done it. It took us quite a bit of time, almost 13, 14 years. But finally, it is working. And it's doable. So now with all the push from the top, from the government, and the willingness of the industry also, I think this is the right time to go ahead with coal gasification. We started this project as a curtain raiser. Our ultimate aim was to put up a coal gasification-based CTL plant, 80,000 barrels per day, at a cost of $2 billion. We started putting up this coal gasification plant as a trial just to see it works with Indian coal or not. But due to whatever reason, coal CTL project was dropped, but we had synthesis gas from the coal gasification plant, which we very satisfactorily utilized in the manufacturing of DRI, direct reduced iron, in our iron and steel plant. We have two routes of iron making. One is coal gasification plant, DRI, electric arc furnace, gives hot metal. The other route is the conventional, coke oven, blast furnace, basic oxygen furnace, that route. The coal gasification route, as I go along, you'll see, it has a lower carbon footprint. It's a very clean plant, very clean process. There is hardly any solids or liquids or gaseous emissions or effluents. It is there. We are recovering 100%. If I go quickly, I'll skip this. All this has been talked about. Since we are from the project and plant side, I would like you to see first how the plant looks like. First, see the plant. This is 225,000. I would like everybody to have a look at the plant. We were here in 2009, and in 2013 end, we commissioned the plant. It took us a bit of time, but today if we put it, I'm sure we can put it in 36 months. This is the gasifier.
You see the night, of course, it's a night vision. The gasifiers, we have 7 gasifiers. It's Lurgi fixed bed dry bottom technology. We signed a contract in November 2005 with SLTC, Sasol Lurgi Technology Company, and Lurgi GmbH, Germany. Sasol is South Africa Synthetic Oil Limited. And this technology was a joint venture of them. Later on, they separated and parted ways. You see, the first section is gasifier, as you can see. This is the gas cooling section. See the size of it, the beauty of it in the night. This is the gas liquor separation section. This is the rectisol section. Here, carbon dioxide is captured, already captured. We are looking at how to convert it into useful chemicals. This is the phenol separation section. This is the ammonia recovery section. This is the sulfur recovery unit. And these are the utilities. So I go back and see the magnitude of the plant. A 2,25,000 normal meter cube per hour plant will cost you, those days it was about 3,800 crores. And if you add the DRI plant and the oxygen plant and the utilities and offsites, about 10,000 crores. Today, of course, it's a different scenario. So, at the end of the day, whatever analysis, policy, all that is there, at the end of the day, one has to take a leap of faith that let's do it. Otherwise, last 14 years I am seeing, I feel like we are the only one in the universe. Later on, Reliance came up with a pet coke gasification plant for the hydrogen production to meet their refinery demands. And I would be happy to see more such coal gasification plants coming up. And coal is not an issue. It has all kinds of troubles. Technology is not an issue. It has all kinds of troubles. But all are manageable. That is our experience at the end of 14 years of operation. Not 14 years, 2014 to 2008, 8 years of operation and 4 years of project. First, the gasification unit, where coal reacts with, I would be a little bit technical, coal reacts with steam and oxygen. Steam and oxygen are the gasifying agents. It produces hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Hydrogen about 52%, carbon monoxide at around 32%. There is around 12% methane, and there will be carbon dioxide as well, and very little nitrogen. That comes out, but it comes out because it is partial oxidation of coal. So there will be a lot of tar and other things. That needs to be cooled in the gas cooling unit, where tar, phenol, all these things get separated. Then you get raw gas, raw synthesis gas, which is given a cold methanol wash in the rectisol section, where carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide are separated. Carbon dioxide is almost 90-92% pure. Sulfur H2S goes to the sulfur recovery unit, where we produce sulfur. It's a sellable product. In fact, this plant produces a lot of co-products: gasification oil, rectisol naphtha, phenol, ammonia, sulfur, and phenolic pitch. So all these things give you a very good revenue, and almost 50% it pays for the cost of coal. This is the layout of the plant. The gasification, on both sides of the central pipe rack. This side is gas liquor separation, sulfur recovery, phenol. Other side is the gas cooling, rectisol, ammonia recovery, tank form. So these photographs you have already seen. This is the first syngas that was flared after generation. We did quite a bit of indigenization. This is our plan for sustainable operation, big data analysis, automation, competency map, CFD analysis. Now, this is important. Carbon capture. In fact, in our case, it is CO2 capture. This is the only steel plant in India which is capturing 2,000 tons per day of carbon dioxide. Because in the coal gasification plant, there is rectisol section where carbon dioxide is separated from the syngas. Then when syngas goes to DRI plant, they are also in the reaction shaft furnace and the reaction loop. A lot of carbon dioxide gets generated. Hydrogen and carbon monoxide reduces iron oxide into pure iron, while hydrogen gives H2O, moisture, and CO gives carbon dioxide. So that CO2 is absorbed in the activated MDEA CO2 absorber and stripper, where again almost 93% pure carbon dioxide goes through atmosphere, but it is captured. See, the captured was, I am deliberately using, it is CO2 capture from the process, but it is not converted into any chemical to make it carbon neutral. That's what we are looking at. So we have done certain pilot stage studies. One is carbon dioxide to bioreactors. We are trying to produce an algae. We are looking at CO2 to bioethanol pilot plant, CO2 to methanol by direct hydrogenation, catalytic hydrogenation, CO2 to soda ash, steel making of DRI through right now we are doing iron ore reduction, pellet reduction with syngas, but we want to produce from coke oven gas and syngas through PSA route. We will produce hydrogen, and that will reduce CO2 footprint, I mean CO2 emission from the DRI plant. And finally, we are also trying substituting coke with biomass in our blast furnace. So these are some of the efforts, and I am sure by the time another coal gasification plant comes, we'll be through with one of these projects. And that would also be a demo plant for the nation, probably. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू मिस्टर सेन गुप्ता। देवीय सज्जनों, हमारे साथ उपस्थित हैं माननीय केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री रेल, कोयला तथा खदान श्री राव साहेब पाटिल दानवे जी। हमारा सौभाग्य है वे हमारे साथ हैं। मैं उनसे अनुरोध करती हूं उपस्थित सभी को संबोधित करें।
हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी, हमारे सेक्रेटरी A.K. जैन साहब, कोल इंडिया के CMD प्रमोद अग्रवाल जी, मंच पे उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव और इस बैठक में उपस्थित सभी बंधुओं, कोयले से गैसीकरण का बढ़ावा देने के लिए ये बैठक आयोजित की गई है। वैसे भारत नैसर्गिक साधन संपत्ति से संपन्न है। इस संसाधनों का भंडार, कई संसाधनों का भंडार भारत में है। इसी में से कोयले का भी एक भंडार है जिसका उपयोग गैसिफिकेशन के लिए किया जाता है। कोयला गैसीकरण यह न केवल आज की ज़रूरत है बल्कि सस्टेनेबल भविष्य और पर्यावरण की दिशा में एक आवश्यक कदम भी है, जिसमें कोयले का 350 बिलियन टन से अधिक का भंडार भी मौजूद है। स्वच्छ वातावरण और स्थायी भविष्य को ध्यान में रखते हुए कोयला मंत्रालय ने कोयला गैसीकरण के माध्यम से कोयले के उपयोग की पहल की है। इसके अलावा सरकार ने वर्ष 2030 तक 100 मिलियन टन कोयले के गैसीकरण का लक्ष्य प्राप्त करने के लिए कार्यक्रम भी तैयार किया है, जिससे कोयला गैसीकरण के माध्यम से भारत में विभिन्न प्रकार के प्रोडक्ट का उत्पादन भी हो सकता है। यह पहल उपयोगी निवेश के साथ टेक्निकल और नॉन टेक्निकल फील्ड में रोजगार के बड़े अवसर भी पैदा करेगा, जिससे स्थानीय लोगों को इनकम में वृद्धि होगी और साथ ही कोयला और गैसीकरण के माध्यम से कोयले की आयात भी कम होगी। इसलिए सरकार द्वारा कोयला गैसीकरण को प्रोत्साहन दिया जा रहा है। इसके अंतर्गत कमर्शियल कोयला खनन परियोजनाओं को कई तरह की छूट की पेशकश की गई है। कोयला गैसीकरण परियोजनाओं की सफलता के लिए विभिन्न मंत्रालयों जैसे पेट्रोलियम और प्राकृतिक गैस, केमिकल एंड फर्टिलाइजर, इस्पात, कोयला, बिजली आदि के बीच स्मूथ कोऑर्डिनेशन की आवश्यकता होगी। निश्चित रूप से कोयले के उपयोग के लिए भारत का विजन बहुत ऊंचा है, जिसे हासिल किया जा सकता है। साथियों, मैं मोदी जी के आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सपनों को साकार करने हेतु आयोजित इस बैठक के माध्यम से एक सफल कदम बढ़ाने के लिए मैं सभी को शुभकामना देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
आपकी वाणी से हमें उपकृत किया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और आज के इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पर मार्गदर्शन करने के हेतु मैं प्रार्थना करती हूँ। हमारे बीच उपस्थित है केंद्रीय मंत्री कोयला, खदान तथा संसदीय कार्य माननीय श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी।
श्री राव साहेब पाटिल दानवे, MOS Coal, Mines and Rail, Dr. A.K. Jain, Secretary Coal, Dr. Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman Coal India, Shri Rakesh Kumar, CMD NCL, Shri Nagaraju, Additional Secretary Coal, and Shri Toyin Mukherjee, FCCI Mining Committee, all industry experts, and people who have participated. Here I welcome you, I congratulate you, and I also appreciate your presence throughout the morning. Some of the faces I am seeing. तो कुछ लोग निकल गए, कुछ दोपहर के सेशन में आए, लेकिन कुछ लोग सुबह से बैठे हुए हैं। इससे यही दर्शाता है कि इस जो नया सोच चल रहा है, नया नहीं लेकिन सोच में थोड़ा हम एक्सपर्टाइट करने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए आपका ये सपोर्ट है, ऐसे मैं मान के मैं थोड़ा कुछ मेरा विचार रखने का कोशिश करता हूँ। तो जो कुछ भी सजेशन हमको इधर दिया गया है, वॉट एवर द सजेशंस हैव बीन मेड, दैट वी विल टेक इट वेरी पॉजिटिवली, दैट मच एश्योरेंस आई कैन गिव यू। एंड द may it be in commercial coal mining or overall in mining sector, other mining sector I am speaking, whatever the suggestions had come from the industries, industry leaders and the people who are in the field, whatever the suggestions we had received, almost those suggestions have been incorporated. So when we were going for commercial coal block auction at that time also, till we launched the first tranche, there were so many suggestions. All such suggestions we have taken very positively and we have incorporated it. And ऐसे कभी-कभी second, third, fourth tranche में भी हमने नया-नया जो suggestion आया है, सोच आया है, हमने इनको incorporate किया है। जैसे हमारा देश में बिजली बनता है, उसमें 1/3 it is made out of the coal. So कोयला जब जलाते हैं तो सिर्फ बिजली बनता है। अगर आप कोल गैसिफिकेशन का अगर कोशिश करते हैं तो बहुत, आई एम नॉट ए केमिकल इंजीनियर, आई एम नॉट ए केमिकल, I mean science graduate also, बट आप लोगों से जो चर्चा करते हैं और हमारा ऑफिसर से, सेक्रेटरी से जो चर्चा करते हैं, उसके आधार पर बोलना है तो जब आप कोल गैसिफिकेशन के लिए कोशिश करते हैं तो बहुत इसमें मटेरियल जो गैसेस है वो निकलते हैं। तो जब कोल आप बिजली बनाते हैं तो coal you are going to burn and only we will get the electricity. So now how to make optimum use of the coal, and also the discussion is going on the entire world, जैसे global warming हो, क्या है 70 तक जीरो एमिशन हो, इसका सब चर्चा जब चल रहा है, लेकिन हमारे पास जो हमारा संपत्ति है, the wealth we have, the best wealth is the coal. तो हम, जैसे मैं सुबह भी कहा कि वी आर इम्पोर्टिंग मैनी थिंग्स, बट वी शुड नॉट इम्पोर्ट कोल, दैट इज वन पार्ट. अनदर पार्ट इज जो हमारे पास कोयला है उसका उपयोग करते हुए पूरा हमारा एनर्जी नीड हम कैसे फुलफिल करते हैं, ये सोचना आपका काम है, ऐसे मैं मानता हूँ. वट एवर यू गिव द सजेशन वी विल टेक इट, क्योंकि ये तो अनिवार्य है, ऐसे मैं मानता हूं. वॉट आई थिंक इज दिस इज इनएविटेबल. सी द एनर्जी डिमांड, आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड इन द मॉर्निंग, एनर्जी डिमांड इज गोइंग टू बी इंक्रीज्ड. जहां तक एस्टिमेट है 2040 तक हमारा एनर्जी डबल हो जाता है. दिस इज वॉट इज एस्टिमेटेड, एंड दैट इज ट्रू ऑल्सो बिकॉज इन रिसेंट डेज, इन द रिसेंट ईयर्स वी आर लुकिंग एट इट, द एनर्जी डिमांड इज गोइंग अप लाइक एनीथिंग. So when energy demand is growing, so we need either coal or some other source. So our best energy at present is coal. तो कितने भी गाली देते हैं तो भी कोल को तो रखना ही पड़ेगा, और कोल रहेगा कम से कम, जहाँ तक मेरा अंदाज़ा है, जहाँ तक आपसे मैं चर्चा करके मानता हूँ और थोड़ा कुछ पढ़ के मानता हूँ कि 40-50 ईयर्स तो कोल रहेगा. तो उसके बाद क्या होगा, तो इसीलिए हम आज से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हम आगे बढ़ने का कोशिश कर रहा है, वो है कोल गैसिफिकेशन. तो इसीलिए जब हम 2040 में हमारा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, हमारा पावर डिमांड डबल हो जाएगा, दुगना हो जाएगा. इवन इफ यू कंसिडर द 50% कम्स आउट ऑफ द अदर सोर्सेस लाइक रिन्यूएबल एंड अदर थिंग, even for that 50%, according to the today's estimate, if I am not wrong, if I am wrong, you may correct me, 1,500 million ton coal is needed in the country. This is what is estimated. This is what I have read in some papers. So when such a quantum of coal is needed, but at the same time, the clean coal technology, zero emission, ये सब के बारे में हमारा सोच रहना चाहिए, हमारा रिसर्च रहना चाहिए. इसके लिए हमने कोल गैसिफिकेशन, जहाँ कमर्शियल कोल माइनिंग है, और सुबह हमने जो डिसकंटिन्यूड माइन के बारे में भी मैंने कहा कि वी विल ऑफर यू 50% ऑफ द concession as far as the premium is concerned, as far if you use the coal for the gasification. तो ऐसे ही हमने बहुत नया नया सोच, नया नया पहलू हम कर रहे हैं. मैं इसलिए मानता हूँ इसमें आप सोच के सजेशन दीजिए. अभी जो हमारा है उसमें 50% तो हम दे ही रहे हैं, पहले 20% था, अपने आप हमने उसको लिए 50% तक ले गए हैं. और इसमें वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग का भी एक 4 प्रोजेक्ट का अभी घोषणा हुई है. इसमें हमने कोशिश ये भी कर रहे हैं, 2 प्रोजेक्ट के लिए टेंडर बुलाया है CIL, करेक्ट ना, 2 के लिए बुलाए, 3 के लिए. तो इसमें भी हमने फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री से अप्रोच कर रहे हैं. इसमें वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग इनिशियली टू एस्टैब्लिश some success stories, we are requesting finance ministry also for the some 2, 3, 4 project viability gap funding in the private sector also. We are trying for that. And जो already announce हुआ है उसमें भी private sector कैसे participate कर सकते हैं ये भी हम सोच रहे हैं. तो ये सब सोच हम रखे हुए हैं. And I only request you, तो इसमें एक हमको success story खड़ा करना है. इसीलिए आप सब लोगों को मैं आह्वान करता हूं कि आप इसमें कोल टू हाइड्रोजन जो अभी रोड मैप हमारा जो मल्होत्रा जी बहुत आईआईटी वगैरह वगैरह नीति आयोग के एक्सपर्ट सब लोगों से बात करके चर्चा करके जाहिर किया है, इसमें कोल टू हाइड्रोजन, अगर एक बार आप हाइड्रोजन कर सकते हैं तो बाकी सब प्रोडक्ट अपने आप उसमें उजागर के आ जाते हैं। इसके बारे में सोचिए, हम आपके साथ हैं। मैं इतना ही कहता हूँ, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम टेक्नोलॉजी, देखो हम इट मे बी इररिलेवेंट टू टॉक अबाउट दिस, जब हम गवर्नमेंट में टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ किया, गवर्नेंस में टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ किया, बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आया है। आप सोच सकते हैं, मैं एक ही चीज़ मैं आपके ध्यान में लाता हूँ, जब हम डीबीटी किया, so सिर्फ इट इज़ ए सिंपल टेक्नोलॉजी, ऑफ कोर्स आई एग्री दिस इज ए डिफरेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, बट एक टेक्नोलॉजी से कितना फेक गवर्नमेंट सोशल वेलफेयर स्कीम उठा के लेके जाते थे, सब बंद हो गया। जब हम आधार, मोबाइल नंबर और जनधन अकाउंट लिंक कर दिया, बहुत ऐसे जो फेक अकाउंट थे चले गए। अकॉर्डिंग टू वन एस्टिमेट 1,70,000 crores इज सेव्ड इन दैट। दिस इज द टेक्नोलॉजी, व्हेन यूज थिंग्स विल चेंज। ऐसे ही इसमें भी जो नया टेक्नोलॉजी, नया सोच, what I am trying to compare is, whenever the new suggestion have come before Honorable Prime Minister, he immediately responds to it, he immediately try to receive it. So that's why today we have come before you, and आप फील्ड में हैं, आप एक्सपर्ट है इसमें, हम इसमें, मैं ज़्यादा इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी में टेक्निकलिटी मैं बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ। मैं इतना ही बोलना चाहता हूँ, सपोर्ट के लिए अगर नया सोच, हम हमारा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज अगर सेव करते हैं, तो अगर देश के लिए अच्छा करते हैं, तो ऐसा जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, तो इनिशियली और आगे भी हम सपोर्ट करने के लिए आपके साथ मोदी गवर्नमेंट है, ये मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं आपको। सो प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड, आप सजेस्ट करो, आप हमारे साथ चर्चा करो, हमारा सेक्रेटरी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, कोल इंडिया के चेयरमैन, हम मेरे साथ, तो जितना मैं समझता हूं, मैं समझ के बाकी ऑफिसर से चर्चा करके आपके साथ मैं बैठूंगा। I want to understand, I want to, under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, we want to change this sector, we want to change the entire sector of the energy. That's why I offer you, I request you, I appeal you, come forward. सुबह मैंने और कुछ बात किया, लेकिन इसमें तो मेरा निवेदन इतना ही है, आप जो फील्ड में एक्सपर्ट है, मैं आपसे सहयोग चाहता हूं। अगर आप हमारे साथ खड़े होते तो इसमें हम जरूर आत्मनिर्भर बनेंगे। लेकिन मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि whatever the new suggestion comes, we will take it very positively, and we want to showcase a success story. Thank you for your participation.
आपने अपने विचारों की सौगात हमें दी, मैं आपके प्रति आभार प्रकट करती हूँ और बढ़ते हैं सवालों की ओर। We open the house for questions. We have provision of microphones. Kindly raise your hands. Wait till the mic reaches you. Identify yourself and also the name of the person to who your question is addressed to, if it is in particular.
Hello. Sir, I'm Ajay Das from Air Products. Few of the, it's a really good session to attend and a lot of new views. I'll just add some of the things which can fasten the gasification process and the coal gasification, use of coal gasification. One of the things is that right now we are focusing more on the market-based commodities like methanol and ammonia. And we know that because of the volatility of commodity prices, these are subject to market risk, and giving any sort of financial support. Also, I mean, supporting that through a financial support of government is also becomes also challenging, because the way these prices vary, sometimes they go down to 270, sometimes they've gone into 450. Of course, something like contract for difference, the CFD mechanism which is being used in UK for renewable projects, that can be used here. But instead of that, if we can shift our focus to something which is energy-based, which creates, see, we have got two objectives here. To utilize the large amount of coal resources we have here. The second thing is to, how does that help the country in securing a secured energy future? So in that case, can we shift our focus into something like, let's say, natural gas, even though that will be slightly costlier, or the DME, as Secretary Dr. Jain mentioned. So those things, actually, if we shift our focus to that, the problem of off-taker, one, will not be there. Second thing is that it will be more easier for the government to support those schemes because they are ultimately going to bring a solid energy security for the country, as against the commodity products like methanol or ammonia. That's one. The second thing is, the companies will, there are a lot of incentives which you have announced. Actually, that's very welcome. One more thing, like the bidders who are bidding, some sort of incentivizing them that in case, so when they are bidding, if, because once the bid and the price is taken, and then there will be a detailed feasibility report, and if that project becomes economic, then only Coal India or any other company will get into those projects. If they don't become economic, obviously they will not get into. So some sort of assurance mechanism in terms of assuring them a protection fee in case those projects do not get into final commercialization stage, then some sort of compensation mechanism, if that can be if given, then that will really help the bidders to bid in such type of projects. Third, one last thing is that since these projects are very capital intensive, economics actually is the key. So the larger the project, the better it is. And so can we think of something like building large gasification projects where you only supply the syngas and then invite others to set up their multiple product plants like methanol, ammonia, or whatever, or the other products. Maybe companies like Coal India have be an infrastructure provider in terms of syngas supply, and then you invite in that park the manufacturers of methanol, ammonia, and others. So these are the three things I wanted to express. Thank you.
Yes. This table. To my right, your left.
Hello, sir. This is Anish Poundwala from Linde. This is really a very interesting session, and we are one of the largest gasification operating organization also across the globe. But we could not bid one of the key projects which came into India. And few are the key questions we have for the ministry and the stakeholders, and how we can mitigate that so that we can invest into such kind of the project. So number one is that without the carbon capture, it is very difficult for the organization, us, to invest into the project. Now, particularly when there is a lot of focus on the CO2 emission. So even though we talk about this is a coal clean technology, it is emitting immense amount of CO2, and that coming in our balance sheet, it is very difficult for us to invest into the project. So some kind of the CO2 mechanism, and it's not coming on the investors, that needs to be looked at. Another question we want to understand is, there is also a presentation given by Mr. Tanu and Ashish talking about CCUS, but there is even currently the methanol or ammonia price which is coming from gasification is high. Putting the CCUS will anyway add the burden, and there is no even CCUS mechanism where we will store this carbon. And comparatively, India is also talking very strongly about the green ammonia and a green methanol. So when one type of the things we are showing that we will be coal gasifying and making the hydrogen for the utilization of the fuel, which one of the presentations shows that there is the opportunity of 10 million ton of hydrogen. And there is also other way we are very strongly pushing and showing that the future is a green ammonia. And particularly organizations like all foreign investors will look for the green project investment, because that can give you a good funding opportunity versus the coal gasification. So would like to understand where we stand on this policy making, where we set our priorities so that we can understand which side we are going. Because once we talk about the even ammonia export, there is a huge project developed, already started by the organizations, that we will export the green ammonia from India, versus now we are saying that we will do the coal-based ammonia production in India. There is some kind of the connect we will require, so that we need some kind of surety for the investment. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? I don't see any hands going up. Would anyone like to comment?
Thank you for those remarks. So the first speaker spoke about 3 suggestions that you should support some specific kind of support he sought for DME, etc. Second, he spoke about de-risking. Third is, can we consider some large project and then facilitate downstream, something like a petrochemical complex, which was conceived at one point of time. So these are suggestions which, we can keep in mind. But as I told you, that to start with, we considered that supporting through VGF would be, it's kind of a PLI scheme. The government of India has by and large moved away from tax concessions and other supports to production-linked incentive. So what I briefly referred, that Ministry of Finance has in principle agreed to 20% support, it will be in some shape a production-linked incentive. So the quantum of incentive will be 20% of the capital cost, but that will be disbursed on the basis of per kg or whatever. So that is the present thinking in the entire government. The second gentleman spoke about carbon capture and some kind of CO2 mechanism. And it also came out that the methanol pricing from coal is high, and if carbon is captured, then it will become further higher. And one presentation also mentioned about, the talcher fertilizer, urea being $400. Let me clarify one thing, that, well, to clarify talcher fertilizer. Talcher fertilizer project is based on blending the high ash coal with pet coke from the Indian Oil Refinery at Paradeep. So that pet coke pricing has been taken to be higher, and the process is also a little more expensive. So our understanding is that a urea-based plant based entirely on high ash coal or low ash coal, you see, to reduce a high ash coal to some degree of low ash requires a 500 crore rupee washery. So at the mine site, if you have a washery and you reduce the high ash and then feed it into the gasification unit, then the technology challenges get much reduced. And on the pricing part of it, I wanted to share that the information that we have got from some of the interested parties and also through Deloitte and other, Dastur is here and some of the other people is that, you see, the price of coal, which ordinarily we consider, is not actually the price at which the coal is priced at the mine. You see, in case of Coal India, the chairman is here, you may ask him, the coal which probably costs 800 rupees to 1000 rupees per ton at the mine site, by the time it travels, let's say 1000 kilometers, to give you an example, when coal is mined in Ranchi area, in CCL, and it is transported to Dadri, in the neighborhood of Delhi, that 800 coal which probably costs Coal India 1000 rupees, and they might sell it at 1300 rupees, it attracts almost 2000 rupees of rail freight, then 400 rupees of clean coal cess, and then GST and other things, all kinds of DMF, NMET, it becomes nearly 4,500 to 5,000 rupees. So when the pricing of coal is done, in any of these projects, be it gasification, be it any other things, putting up the project on a pithead, and then I think I'm told that the GST laws of this 400 rupees is attracted only if you transfer the coal to some other entity or if you sell it outside the state. So if the same entity does mining and does coal gasification, naturally within the same state, even this 400 rupees is saved. So what our feedback is, that the price at which you will get methanol, ethanol, DME, etc., is going to be very competitive. And we've also compared it with ethanol. You see, ethanol, now the government is, I think, giving 45 rupees or even 50 rupees or so. So, well, ethanol is a different thing because government wants to support the farming community. The sugarcane growers, ultimately, you know, they want to benefit them. But even for the coal agenda of India, to support coal mining in the backward regions, to support the states like Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, which are heavily dependent on revenues which come from coal mining, it will be very important for government to support any new sunrise industry like coal gasification, which will continue the life of coal for some years. So my answer is that it is a technical subject. It's a large capex subject. Today, we just introduced the subject to you, but Deloitte is the partner with Coal India. If any of you are interested, please do be in touch. I think Tushar is here. So, Tushar is available. And otherwise also you can reach out to. The last point which somebody made, green ammonia versus coal-based ammonia. And it was mentioned that the government sometimes says it will make green ammonia. Now we say this is going to be, blue, hydrogen-based or whatever ammonia. You see, India is a large country. One of the largest, third largest energy consumer in the world after US and China. We can have multiple baskets of fuels. So green ammonia is, it's aspirational. And still today, even green hydrogen has not been commercially produced in the world. The blue hydrogen in the West is being pursued on the basis of natural gas. There also they will do carbon capture. Unless you carbon capture in the gasification of gas, the process to convert it into CO plus H2, it will not be called blue hydrogen. Why don't we have an Indian version? This is what this report that we have released today on coal to hydrogen. That is the blue hydrogen coming from coal. So carbon capture is a must. If the project is sited at the mine site, you avoid the taxation, you avoid the freight, and then avail of that incentive mechanism which we are developing. Economics is going to be very good. Thank you.
Thank you for responding, Dr. Jain. And now, Shri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman Coal India Limited, will felicitate the industry experts who spoke during this session, beginning with Shri Rakesh Kumar, Chairman, Managing Director, Neyveli Lignite Corporation Limited. Shri Tuhin Mukherjee, Mentor, FICCI Mining Committee and Advisor, Mineral Resources and Mining, Aditya Birla Group. Shri Jayant Parimal, Chief Executive Officer, Petrochemical, Adani Enterprises Limited. Mr. Parimal has left, I believe. I do not see him. I will call upon Shri Dipankar Sen Gupta, Vice President, Technical Advisor, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Shri Atanu Mukherjee, President and Chief Executive Officer, MN Dastoor and Company Private Limited. Shri Ashish Bhandari, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Thermax. and Shri Tushar Chakraborty, Associate Director, Deloitte. Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. I now call upon Shri M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India, for the concluding remarks and also to propose the vote of thanks.
I would like to propose vote of thanks. I thank our Honorable Minister, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, and Shri Rao Sahib Patil Danwaji, Honorable Minister of State for Rail, Coal and Parliamentary for Mines, who have been here since morning. In fact, they were here since yesterday. We had a coal supply review with the southern states, and thereafter today morning also we had a launching session on the discontinued mines today. So I thank you both of you, sir, for very much for being with us on this journey of launching very innovative policy interventions by the Ministry of Coal. I also thank Dr. Anil Kumar Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Coal, and my colleagues Pramod Agrawal and Rakesh Kumar, who have been with us. I also thank all the speakers who have been present and gave their views on taking forward the gasification agenda of the ministry. Now, see, the gasification, now the coal we are now largely using for burning, as it mentioned, for electricity generation. I think next generation initiative that the country has to take is value addition. That happens only through gasification. Now, till now, last 6-7 months, we have been thinking, doing some things. We have given incentive for in the auction of coal mines. And also we have opened a separate window for auction of coal from the CIL side. And then we also got something from the Ministry of Finance for the PSU-led initiatives for coal gasification, where up to 20% viability will be met. Now, we are also actually thinking, and in fact in discussions with Ministry of Finance on supporting the private sector. We don't know, but I think we have been talking to them last 3-4 months, not succeeded, but we are hopeful that we will succeed on getting a support with a model like PLI kind of a thing for the private sector. If that happens, I think we'll be able to crack this conundrum of taking up gasification in the country on a long-term and sustainable basis. You know, I think today's discussions with the industry are very helpful to us because we discuss about scaling up of gasification, also discuss about technology and the right business model, and also and how we will transition to the next generation utilization of the coal for value addition. I think, as our Honorable Minister has mentioned, we will take all these suggestions into our consideration and try to take those measures that will be helpful to the private sector to partner the country in moving forward on coal gasification. With these words, I thank once again everyone for being present here and also being giving very patient hearing to all the speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Nagaraju. Indeed, we all had an extremely productive and highly inspiring time together. I'm sure you all will agree with me. With that, we end the meet. Thank you all for your time and participation. Please proceed for high tea that has been arranged outside this conference area in the pre-function room adjoining foyer. Have a great day ahead. This is Manasi taking a leave. Stay safe, stay well, stay healthy.
नमस्कार सर. आपण भेटलोय पूर्वी महाराष्ट्रातल्या इव्हेंट्सला. एकदा प्राईम मिनिस्टर आले होते धुळ्याला, तेव्हा का पुलवामाचा अटॅक झाला होता जस्ट, आणि मी मुंबईतच असते. आता 2 वर्षानंतर सगळं सुरू होतं, त्याच्यामुळे बरं वाटतं लोकांना बघून. मी कार्ड देऊ का माझं कार्ड देऊन ठेवते.